AmandaLand, AmandaLand, AmandaLand. Good morning. Good morning. Y'all thought I wasn't going to show up? Good morning, y'all. I am here. And yeah, I really was like, oh yeah, today's show is gonna be like real easy to put together. And it was not. It actually required like a lot of effort. So that is why I am late. And but it's because it ends up being, you know, like really, I really believe it's like my responsibility to make sure that I come on here and really give y'all a robust show. You feel me? I want to give you a robust show. I want to make sure that you are feeling when you leave here like, man, I really got something out of that. If you are watching on Instagram, then you need to come on over to YouTube, Amanda Seals TV, so that you can properly experience the show. Oh my God, Reese! Reese, you're back! Reese! We missed Reese, our London connection. So if you're over here on Instagram, you're not going to hear the sound effects. You're not going to hear the audio. You're not going to hear the whole experience. So come on over to YouTube, Amanda Seals TV. Sandy, can you we got some trolls in here, so can we get them out of there, please? Yeah. So we are waking up on the right side of history. We have a great show today. We have fabulous guests per usual. For all of my folks who are curious about Grenadian culture, you're going to learn something today about the Jab Posse. So stick around for that. Actually, let me just hold on. I'll be right back. See, when they play touchdown, I jab in. When they touchdown, I jab in. I jab in. When they touchdown, I jab in. Grenada! When I touchdown, I jab in. I jab in. When I touchdown, I jab in. Good morning. All you don't know about that. All you don't know about that. All you don't know about that. Big up all Grenada Massive and the place. No, Marquise, this has nothing to do with Vikings. Please stop. Please stop. As if Africa doesn't have animals with antlers. Come on now, brother. Whew. That took a lot out of me. All right. So let's get it going. So today's guests, we have Jeff Mabute, who's going to be joining us. He is Tito Comrade on the Instagrams. Big fan of his work. And I've learned so much from watching Jeff's page. So I'm really excited about that. Again, we have my homegirl, Tornia Charles, who is the head of sales and marketing at Pure Grenada. So she is going to be coming on to tell us about the history of Jab. All right. The history of Jab. Now, why am I so out of breath? Oh my gosh. All right. So if you all have not seen my Surrounded episode, it's still, being talked about, which I'm glad that it's making people converse, right? And I'm glad that it's making people feel some type of way, because that is really the only way that people start conversing. And it was really important to me to use this platform of Jubilee, which of course people have issues with, as they very rightfully should, for good, right? Finding out how to flip things into like usefulness is key. It is key. So really glad that I was able to do that. And what I also did was a watch with me on my Patreon, where folks got to literally watch the show with me. And that it was the first time that I had ever seen it. So it was also, you know, like you're watching me, you're like watching me watch me in real time, which I guess that's a lot of meta levels. But we also got to have a lot of conversation, and I got to provide exposition for a lot of what people were seeing. So, you know, hopefully you guys will come on over to Patreon, and you can check it out, because I posted it to Patreon. Remember, Patreon's a $5 donation. And yeah, listen, this is a little intro. Walked in, I literally heard some people go, "Oh, dang."
This whole debate with many of these people, with all of these people, is like me stating facts and then them stating like their opinion about what they think about Black people.
That's a grown ass man. Like, that's just rude. I'm telling you, I'm watching this for the first time.
This man made a choice to put this vagina hair on his face. I feel like, would the kids say I ate?
Would the kids say that I ate? Hilarious. Sometimes I'm just like, you're a dweeb. You're a dweeb. So shout out to everybody who came over to Patreon and check that out. Remember, we are on Patreon with the SEAL Squad, and you can subscribe to Patreon for $5. Also, remember to comment, like, subscribe, you know, all the YouTube things that they tell you to do, because that is how this show exists and moves in the algorithm, which is why it is so necessary for you all who support me on Instagram to come over to YouTube, because I don't make any type of income off of YouTube. I mean, off of Instagram. However, over on the YouTubes, I at least am able to somehow get compensated for my efforts and my work. So good morning to everybody who's over here on the YouTubes as we start our day. And before we get into our first guest of the day, you know that we have to find out who is here. Yeah! Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. AmandaLander's here to learn. Drop in and tell me where you're watching from. Come on, AmandaLanders, we are worldwide with it. Let me know where you at now. AmandaLander's here to learn. Drop in and tell me where you're watching from. New York City, Kansas, Decatur, Georgia, Nashville, Tennessee, Salt Lake City, Utah, Tampa. Morning from Mac City, we got a Lebanese living in Berlin. Toronto, Canada, Dallas, Fort Worth. We got Rolando checking in from Vegas, Mamou, Louisiana, Portland, Oregon. Evening from Tokyo, Konnichiwa, San Bernardino, Rochester, New York, Oxford County, Ontario, Albuquerque, Detroit, in the 313 say, AmandaLander is here to learn. Drop in and tell me where you're watching from. Police State, DC. That's some bullshit. We got Cape Town, South Africa, Cholula, Mexico, Baltimore, Uptown, Washington Heights. Shout out to Dykeman, St. Louis. What up, Hamid? Leo Minster, Massachusetts. We got Carmen in Lightdale, Texas. We got Jersey and Arkansas, Cleveland, Ohio. France, bonjour. We got San Francisco, California, Barcelona, Lakeland, Florida, Hueva, San Juan, Puerto Rico, Nueva York. AmandaLander's here to learn. Welcome, Austria. Yeah, Watts up in the building. Grove Hill, Alabama. Compton, LA. Compton, California. San Diego, California. Las Vegas. I think Austria might be new. We got Tbilisi, Georgia. Oh, God. you know what? I think this is the first time we have a Grenadian watching in Grenada, you know. I think this may be the first time because we have we have St. Lucia here, we have Trinidad and Tobago here, we have Barbados here, but I think this is the first time that we have a Grenadian in the building. So let me put a Grenada pin on the Gaia map. All right, oh God. Oh God, Grenada, we reach, man. We reach. Woo! Let me. Hold on. Because I need to get it. I need to get it right. So, yeah, there we go. All right. Let me put a gritty right there. Oh, no, not the loop. And then we had Austria. Did we have Austria before? Let's see. Yes, we actually did have Austria before. We did have Austria before. And we had Togo before. So big ups. Big ups to all of us here. Oh, good. Excited for that. Excited for all my Grenadians. Excited. Okay. Before we get into our word of the day, we got to get into our question. Our bonus question. And I have to tell you, I was like, I don't know what the bonus question should be today. But then now that we've done our world moment, I feel like the bonus question can be something as basic as, where would you want to live besides the United States? And you know what? Let me say what country. No, you know what? Because everyone's going to say anywhere. And everyone's going to say anywhere. I want to live anywhere outside the United States. So, what country do you want to learn more about? Because I feel like the US be lying to folks. So, you know, there's that. So let's throw this bonus question up here. Bonus question. Bonus question. Bonus question. Bonus question. So today's bonus question, which may seem basic, it may seem basic, but let me expound. Today's bonus question is, what country do you want to learn more about? And the reason for this bonus question is that I have realized that I have been indoctrinated about Russia. Now, I'm not saying that it's a perfect place or whatever, but if you grew up in the United States, it's like you've always been just taught that Russia is on some BS. And same with like North Korea, right? Like North Korea, we've all been taught that North Korea is like on some BS. And I got to learn more about North Korea when I attended virtually the Nodul Korea Summit. And for those of you all who were here 2 weeks ago when Nodul joined us, we were like, hold on now. We did not know that about North Korea. So what country do you want to learn more about? Because honestly, we have been lied to about many places and really tricked into thinking that certain countries are our enemy or that certain countries are against, you know, Americans. And by the way, you realize you're like, well, shit, I'm against Americans. I don't even call myself an American. I'm a USian. Hold up now. Maybe we got more in common than I thought. So look into that. All right. Look into that. Let's get into our bonus question. Let's get into our word of the day. Our word of the day is, this is not a word that this is a word that many of you all Actually, no, I don't want to do that word. Hold on. Motley. The word of the day. Motley. It's an adjective that means showing great adversity, or a noun that means a multicolored fabric. I really feel like it's not adversity. I think the word is diversity. But remember, these are from 8th grade. Okay. So I think motley actually is not diversity. I mean adversity, it's diversity. But let's just double check my work. All right. Motley definition. Incongruously varied in appearance or character. Okay, so diversity is the word. Yes. Also, we know the band Motley Crue. Motley is spelled Motly. Can anyone use motley in a sentence? Motley in a sentence. Motly. My closet is a motleyed assortment of flavors, which is how I end up with the pants and the top. The pants and the top. Matchy, mother. Can anyone use motley in a sentence? All right. Tiara 5280 says AmandaLanders are a motley bunch. Yes, we are. Leo Borgelin G5R says there was motley to learning a framework. I'm not sure if that's correct usage, but we're just going to go with it, right? We're just going to go with it. Brandon says the Gap commercial showed American Eagle how they stand for a motley culture. Yes. Great job. Sorry, I had to figure that out. All right. DJ Bless DD313, that shout out to the Detroit area, said Miss Amanda's blazer from Surrounded was a cool motley design. Thank you. Hold on. Somebody had one right here. Learning to Live says I'm definitely the most motley acting fool in my coffee hangout group. I don't know that is the proper usage of the term, but somehow I still feel like it worked. Mike Shadowhand says, I'd love to move back to Turkey, but the economy is so rough right now, which is a conversation from the other question, but we'll take it. Desi Dancer says the country of India is compiled of a motley of languages and cultures. That is true. Top 5467 says motley vibes are evident in carnivals across the Caribbean. Someone said I'm on one today. It's because we have like really great guests today. We always have really great guests, but I have like my friend on the show today. So excited about that. Ebony Jenkins 5742 said Grenada has a motley plethora of men. You know, I don't know. Grenada's not really giving it with the fineness. Women, flavors. But the men of Grenada, not really pizzazzing to me. Just me. I feel like everybody feels like about like their men, because like Korean people are always like, yeah, Korean men, leave them alone. Andrew Shush 5006 says the difference in opinion created a motley vibe. Let's get one more. And you're shocked, Adrian. I don't know. Elijah's bringing us home. My different hair textures are a motley bunch of colonialist imprints. I feel you. I got a little massa over here. Yeah, I feel you, Elijah. I understand that struggle greatly. All right, we are about to get into our first guest of the day. And it is 60-second headlines. Want to let you all know that our 60-second headlines is brought to you by What Would the Ancestors Say? What Would the Ancestors Say? We've got a show coming up, a free show on the 6th of September. Now, y'all know that What Would the Ancestors Say is my one-woman show that I've been developing and really working on, just trying to figure out like the precise way that I want to do the show. And so what I've been doing for the past year has been really just like workshopping the show. I'm doing it off the top of my head. I have, like my bullet points, but I'm not really saying the same things every time. And so it has like a vibe, but I wanted it to get like really locked in. And so I decided, well, what I'm going to do is, since I'm not going to be putting out my memoir this year, let me actually put out the script of what would the ancestors say. And so what we're going to be doing on this September, nope, that's the wrong flyer. Well, on this, sorry, y'all. What we're going to be doing on this September 8th show is we're going to be doing a read through of the script. And I've made a lot of like updates and changes, and you'll get to be a part of basically an intimate experience of the process. So you'll be able to say like, I was there. So I'm going to post the link to the live stream as well. And let me say this. If you want to reserve a seat, you got to give a $10 donation to the People's Forum, which is where I'll be performing the show. However, if you don't want to reserve a seat and you just want to be there, then all you got to do is show up. That's it. All you got to do is show up. So let's come together. Let's be there, and let's have a good time. All right. Let's also now get into our 60-second headlines. AmandaLand. 60-second headline. And I run down some news right quick.
Run it down, mama. Put us on.
Hey, how's it going, Amanda?
I'm good. How are you?
Busy. Life is busy, and that is aside from all the things that's happening in the world. But, trying to live one day at a time.
Trying to live one day at a time. I mean, I feel like, when people ask me, like, how do you manage just like knowing so much? Then I think about like you. And I'm like, shit, if you asking me, like, because you just know so much, Jeff.
It's the gift and curse of having an ADHD brain.
Fair. So we're gonna go through a lot because I really want to get the opportunity to share your ADHD brain with the people and selfishly with myself. All right. So we're just gonna start off with Israel. Israel continues to be Israel, which is menacing, violent, and megalomaniacal. Would you agree?
Oh, definitely. Like, they are the epitome of U.S. imperialism being extended to different parts of the world, and Israel in particular, smack dab in the middle of West Asia.
So when I'm trying to connect Israel to America, I feel like, or to the United States, I should say, I feel like I can give people examples of how it's connected. But when you are talking about it in terms of colonialism, can you just like really succinctly give people that through line? Because they're threatening to, well, I'm using threatening, but they're saying they want to put up the Israeli flag at Beverly Hills elementary schools. And my mom just sent me today that you can get license plates in Florida that say I stand with Israel.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just part of the propaganda apparatus of U.S. imperialism. It's just even though like all of the propaganda has been debunked, like the U.S. empire knows no other way. For decades, they've had a monopoly on, I guess, information, but that has been broken up by people like you, people on TikTok, Instagram, like this, and especially the journalists that are on the ground and everyday Gazans and Palestinians that are on the ground recording this. Like they are continually going down this path of having the same propaganda because they know of no other way. And the U.S. empire and our, I guess, media complex is doing this because they have vested interests in expanding their influence in West Asia. And Israel is kind of like the linchpin to do that. Like, I know there is this discord on the internet of how Israel owns the United States and AIPAC is controlling all of our politicians. And I completely disagree. AIPAC is just a funding source to be able to accomplish the goals of the US empire and a particular group of the ruling class.
Say it one more time.
So APAC is just a source of funding to accomplish the goals of the ruling class, or a specific group of ruling class, to extend the influence of the US empire. Because the ruling class, even though they're one class, they have different interests. There is the interest in continually expanding the influence in West Asia. There is the interest of taking down Russia. There's the interest of expanding conflict in East Asia to go against China. And there is the interest of going against Venezuela and the Mexican cartels in our hemisphere. So there are different interests that the ruling class has, but what often wins out is who is able to front that money. And that is where APAC comes in being able to fund politicians to pass the agenda of a particular section of the US empire's ruling class, which focuses primarily in West Asia.
So it's like money laundering.
Basically, yeah. I mean, because we give money to Israel, like billions of dollars a year,
And then they give it back.
through Super PAC, APAC. And so it's just basic like recycling the money that is given to them after they've taken.
They're money
the
laundering
from-
our taxpayer dollars. That's
Exactly.
what they're doing.
Exactly. And they take a cut of it by purchasing weapons, providing free healthcare, providing free education in Israel. And the rest comes back to continue that cycle.
You see, this is why I like having you on the goddamn show. Because, like, I be knowing, but then you be like, knowledge.
Thank you.
Damn.
Yeah, it's just fucked, man. Like,
Incendiary, because even though I start seeing people like Charlemagne recently was like, oh, he calls Hakeem Jeffries APAC Shakur. People were acting like this.
great nickname, by the way.
But it's been like, I've been hearing this for years.
Yeah.
So, but I think that even in that regard, it still isn't doing it still isn't doing the math that you're acknowledging right now, which is on a basic level, our taxpayer dollars are being funneled through Israel to then pay the billionaire rich class. So we are not getting anything out of it. Israelis are benefiting from this because they are basically the through line through which this is happening.
Yeah. Basically, our tax dollars are already funding universal healthcare, universal education, just not in this country.
So and when we have politicians like Hakeem Jeffries and like Cory Booker and the rest of these folks that are supporting this, it is far more deleterious and what's the word I'm looking for, and diabolical than simply just they support Israel. They are actively supporting the draining of dollars and resources from the United States people.
Exactly. And they get a small cut out of it. And that's just like, basically they're willing to sell out, the citizens of this country for, donations to their campaigns so that they can maintain their semblance of power. But in reality, they're just like the lapdogs of the ruling class, passing policies that benefit them. Every super PAC is just basically the corporate incarnation of the ruling class individuals.
And they have the nerve to talk about black on black crime in Chicago. This is black on black crime, y'all. I feel attacked. Jeff, is it possible to lean your camera up just a little more so that you are filling up the frame a little more? Is that at all? Oh,
like that?
Perfect. Yes, fabulous. So Israel right now just has dropped airstrikes in the last 72 hours on Palestine, Lebanon, Syria, and Yemen. And so by the way, they also ran up in Ramallah and seized $447,000 US. So that's like about 1.5 million shekels from a bank that they said is funding H Group. I have to say H Group, y'all, because this app will actually suppress you if you say the full name of the group. They've also bombed the Yemeni capital of Sana'a. By the way, the Houthi affiliated Alms Apartments TV said, that's not going to stop us. We're still focused. 6 Syrian army officers have been killed in Israeli drone strikes south of Damascus, Syria's capital, a day after Syria condemned a new Israeli military incursion. Now, can you just real quick remind folks that it was like a year ago that Syria supposedly had gotten liberated, and how
Yeah, I mean, that's that time period was just a mess because it divided the pro-Palestine movement.
did
Um,
it?
yeah, I feel like there were those that were able to see through what happened and called it like it was a basically a destabilization of a sovereign country. And then there were those that was like, we gotta get rid of any and every dictator. And you know, al-Assad, but Assad wasn't like not a
Right. He was
like
terrible.
he was terrible, but like it is within the context of U.S. imperialist sanctions and interventions and
Mm.
basically using every facet of the U.S. empire to destabilize a sovereign country in the same manner that they have destabilized Iraq, Libya, etc. Like Syria back before the Iraq War was on the list of the countries that they were going to topple one by
Yeah.
one, and they finally did it. And people saw that Assad was kicked out and called it a victory, but it completely destabilized Syria, which made it easier for um, Israel to immediately destroy all the air defense systems that were functional and preventing Israel from flying directly over Syria to bomb Iran. And also is they were able to capture the Golan Heights, which is like a high mountainous region that borders between Israel and Syria, which is a great defensive position. But
Yeah.
now Israel occupies it. Like this had every semblance of U.S. imperial intervention, and you know it is complicated, but once you understand how the
Yeah.
U.S. empire functions, like it's pretty clear what was happening. And now like Syria is like picking a fight with Hezbollah, one of the few factions that is actually militarily intervening against Israel, and as opposed to fighting against Israel that has been continually bombing them since Assad was overthrown.
You know what I feel like we need? Dragons. That's what we need.
Yeah,
At
I
this
mean,
point, we just need a Targaryen scenario to happen, because I don't even understand how the rest of the world is sitting idly by. Like, I feel like on one hand, I am like, okay, the US, like they're showing you that they'll just move around you. However, what it actually is to me is just an act of it's an act of avoidance. It's just saying, all right, we're going to like try to like not mess with the tornado in the room, but the tornado is going to mess with you.
yeah, I mean that's the goal of U.S. imperialism. It is all encompassing. Like they want to continually have the control over the entire world, and it's getting harder to do that as countries in the global majority have now financial options via BRICS and China, and now as a result of the U.S. empire having more difficulty in exploiting the rest of the world, the imperial boomerang is coming down hard, and our standard of living is going down, our cost of living is going up.
Yeah.
And like it's because for so long we were able to live on the ashes and ruins of the global majority, and now that the global majority is able to fight for their own sovereignty, like the Sahel region or
Yeah.
BRICS or parts of the world, like this neo-colonial empire is
So am I
crumbling.
being alarmist? Like, do you feel like ultimately it doesn't, it's not an act of avoidance? They're just going to drain us?
Can you
Like
rephrase
when
that question?
so basically in my mind, at first I was like, okay, other countries are basically saying that the United States is a non-factor. You all think you're the boss. You're not. Like, we're just going to work around you. However, there's a whole other piece of me seeing how deeply rooted we are with Israel, seeing how effective Israel is at enacting violence, wherever it is, not just in that part of the world, but also they are enacting violence in the Congo. They are providing weapons in all these other places that are destabilized, Haiti, etc. It's like you can't just pretend that the U.S. is not doing what the U.S. does and go along your business. The globe is only but so big. So there's a part of me that's like, yeah, I love that they're saying we don't need you, but that then starts to feel like an act of avoidance when we see how real the US's tentacles are across the globe. It's not possible to avoid. And it seems like they're just not addressing the real issue head on, which is addressing the US militarily.
Yeah, no, definitely. Like, it is going to take a military intervention to make Israel stop. Like, full stop. Like,
but wouldn't that be making a military intervention to make the United States stop?
Exactly. And that's the thing, is like, the calculus is not just like stopping Israel, it is stopping the United States. And if you're going to stop the United States via military intervention, that is World War III. And I think, like, the global majority, the leaders of the global majority, their leaders are actually thinking with a rational head of, like, incremental, I guess, processes, because it's like,
because in my mind, Jeff,
nobody
I'm like,
wants World War III.
Let's pop off.
I mean, like, yeah, like, honestly, right? Like that's what it's gonna take, is like military intervention against the U.S. empire, or a domestic revolution. But the thing is
we'll get to that. That's on the list of things to discuss.
Yeah, but honestly, like, the world does not want World War III.
Is there a version of this? Actually, so let's just discuss it now. Is there a version of this where the world is like, you know what? Maybe if we just don't mess with them, they'll eat themselves.
Blue states are quietly exploring a novel legal theory to resist Donald Trump, and if they're successful, it could change the balance of power in the Constitution forever. I'm Cheyenne. I'm an attorney that works in government and politics, so let me break it down for you. The term soft secession is becoming more common among Democratic governors and attorneys general across the country. Formal secession is unconstitutional, and that would be a state breaking off and no longer being a part of the United States government. But soft secession is financial and mostly has to do with wealthy blue states withholding their resources and money from a hostile federal government. If Democratic governors are able to do this, it would massively derail Donald Trump and his agenda.
All right. So I sent this to Jeff last night because I was like, what do you think about this? What do you think about this?
Yeah, I mean, if Democratic governors would actually do this, and that's a big if, because, like I said, like I've been saying, like, our duopoly is a unique party that serves the ruling class. But it's a matter of how divided the ruling class is on what goals they want to accomplish. But if the Democratic governors actually do this, and it will basically accelerate Trump's agenda of being able to federalize the National Guard and occupying all those different cities. Because as we've seen, like, red states have already been willing to send their National Guards in.
Yeah.
So if this does happen, I think it'll be a civil war. But the main question is whether or not Democratic governors will actually do this, because as we've seen, like, Democrats have been complicit in everything that Donald Trump is doing. Even the mayor of LA didn't do anything to stop Donald Trump from sending in the federal agents. And
he's talking about Karen Bass, y'all. Karen Bass.
Exactly. And they actually, the local police department of LA helped out. Like,
sure did.
And that should show like Democrats are controlled opposition. Like, they're not stopping Donald Trump by any means. They're just putting on a show. I mean, I don't know if you followed the redistricting that happened in Texas, and how Democrats left the state. And
of course, we've been talking about it. Yeah.
And then they just came back for no apparent reason. No one was gonna. Like,
oh no, you know why they came back?
Why?
It's gonna piss you off. They came back because basically their paychecks were made only available through paper checks. And so many of them came back to come and pick up their paycheck, and thus got kept locked in the Capitol or else they could leave if they would be willing to sign a permission slip to be followed by law enforcement. So that's why they came back. But it ended up going through though, right? The redistricting?
Yeah, it did because
they needed to stay gone
exactly
indefinitely. And they needed to prevent cloture indefinitely.
Yeah, and if like Democrats actually came up with a cohesive plan to like somehow be able to sustain those Democrats and have them indefinitely stay out of Texas until the session or whatever is over, then like it would have succeeded. But like,
I'm just like, so that $1 billion that the DNC raised for Kamala Harris, like y'all couldn't use that money to hold these people over?
Exactly. Like they put on a show, but capitulate in the end. Happens time and time again.
So it really feels like a game of chicken. Like it's just because at some point, somebody, whether it's the Democrats, the people, or the other countries, it's gonna reach a squeezing point where there's gonna be a reaction.
Yep. Yeah, and it's just a matter of what those red lines are.
To me, it feels like it's inevitable that there's going to be a reaction because they're going to push it. Because I do believe that, unfortunately, there is no version of getting to the other side of this that doesn't involve war.
I completely agree. Because the U.S. empire knows that its influence is fading, and they are just trying to grasp at any semblance of power that they have. And financially, they don't have that anymore. Soft power, they don't have that anymore. Manufacturing, they don't have that anymore. And it's all just military. Military might is the only thing that they can wield. And that's what they're going to use in order to hold on to their power.
Well, speaking of that, let's talk about Venezuela. So y'all know I'm Grenadian. Venezuela is right there. So when I saw them sending 4,000 folks down to Venezuela, I said, wait a minute. But Venezuela is not taking it lying down. Now, apparently, Washington has issued a $15 million bounty for its president, Maduro, who is accused by the Trump administration of leading a drug cartel. Now, for the record, he might very well be leading the drug cartel, but the United States is also a drug cartel. Okay, like if you think Ozempic and OxyContin and all of that stuff is not a drug cartel, liquor, all of that is not only a drug cartel, but they also are involved in the black market of the drug cartel. You think fentanyl and all this stuff is just trotting across the border and they don't know what's going on? Nonsense. Yeah. So Venezuela on Tuesday, that's yesterday, deployed warships and drones. I didn't even know Venezuela was popping off with all of that to patrol the country's coastline after the U.S. dispatched 3 destroyers to the region. Now, they also put out a call, like who wants to join the army? And they got civil servants, housewives, retirees. They all lined up. They said, we down in Venezuela. So Caracas was popping over the weekend as thousands volunteered to join the country's militia, just in case, JIC, there is a U.S. invasion. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, this is what I was saying earlier, with just the interests of the ruling class being divided. Part of the ruling class, with Marco Rubio as kind of like their figurehead, wants the U.S. empire to focus on their own hemisphere. It's the same ruling class that have enabled and enacted the blockade that has been on Cuba for decades. It's like the U.S. empire cannot have any semblance of resistance, especially within their own hemisphere. So communism in Cuba, communism in Venezuela, that is that's a threat to the U.S. empire. And
I mean, they invaded Grenada over communism.
Exactly.
Rest in peace to the great Maurice Bishop.
Exactly. And like that's also tied in with how Trump wants to wage war against the Mexican cartels, but that's really just another way to destabilize the Mexican government that has been continually enacting socialist policies to the benefit of their own people. They don't want the Western Hemisphere to be able to see something that works in contrast to American capitalism.
And can you give folks what that is? Because people love to say socialism and communism, they don't work. However, they're missing a very important caveat.
Yeah. I mean, it's like simple things like what we've been clamoring for, like access to universal healthcare. Like Cuba actually has the most doctors per capita than any other country, and they actually send these doctors to different countries worldwide as means to be able to serve the greater good of the world, like things like that. Like and the development of like vaccines and
cures for
cures
diabetes.
disease, exactly. Like that is being kept out of the United States so that the the insurance companies and the imperial medical complex continually is able to make profit.
Now, Ant, can you please correct? This question right here is the one that you always get people in here asking this question. Where is socialism and communism working well in other countries?
Yeah, China, Vietnam, Cuba, in spite of the brutal blockade and sanctions, like they are still able to pump out doctors, come out with cures. They were one of the first ones to come up with a vaccine against COVID, and they offered to send it over to us, and they offered to send doctors to us, but we declined. Venezuela, after Obama purposely tanked oil prices in order to create a recession in Venezuela, because they are primarily funded by their oil, like they were able to recover because of socialist policies. For a while there were breadlines and everybody was like, see, socialism, communism doesn't work, but they were able to, because of state-ran, I guess, initiatives, they were able to start providing food for themselves. They became self-sustaining, and it's getting much better in Venezuela now. Before, like when those sanctions hit during Obama's
I remember seeing all the footage, and this is before I understood that the media loves to tell us lies, right? So they will show you that footage and they'll interview people who will absolutely be just, they're telling there's truth, but there's always many people who have different views, and they always choose the same people to say the same views.
Exactly. So
last but not least, let's talk about DC. So I want to show you guys just a quick video of a little bit of update of what's going on in DC, because it is occupied, and the media will not show you, the mainstream media will not show you all of what's happening, whether it's in the police the police and all federal agents of any kind, law enforcement agents acting a fool, as well as the people resisting.
Occupation is illegal, and it's a ruse, because it's not for public safety, and it's not going to make our community any better.
DC is a magical place. It's a special place for African Americans, and I have no intentions of allowing someone to turn it into a 21st century plantation.
As an officer of the DC Bar, that these officers are violating my civil rights under federal law, and I will be pressing charges on everyone who has physically touched me tonight, who has applied pressure to me in ways that I will not forget anytime soon.
Y'all see the cars? Mark. Go home. Go home. Go home.
Go home.
Go home.
But we're at a 30-year low for crime in the city. And you understand, you got to look at that. And now they got federal troops patrolling our streets. And that's not right for the citizens of DC. It's really not.
Were you taking a left? I think so. He was pulled over for turning in the wrong lane.
Get out of our city.
They're setting a precedent for, I think, what's to come if we don't stand up and get them out of here.
I am very upset. I don't see the point. I think it is a power grab. And I think it's a way to put people down. And it's just more of Trump being Trump.
It's disrupting so many people's lives for what's essentially a media play for the president.
Know my laws. Watch out, stop stepping on my phone. Watch out. What did you do? You lost your mind? What did you do? Back up. Back up. Back the You gotta free DC.
Get out of our city, free DC.
Can I cuss on camera? Yeah. Get the up out our city, dog. For real.
I want to shout out Washingtonian Problems and Free DC. They have both been really just sharing the footage that people are sending them and keeping folks up to date in DC as well as myself as to what's going on. So just want you all to know that President Trump has also passed 3 executive orders in the last 3 days. One is prosecuting burning of the American flag. There was actually a veteran who burned the American flag in front of the White House and was promptly arrested. Also, measures to end cashless bail and enforce the law in the District of Columbia. So basically, it directs federal agents to detain dangerous arrestees, which you know they can apply that to anyone in DC, pursue federal charges where possible, and apply pressure on the district to end its cashless bail policies. As we know, cashless bail is what allows people to not be held for nonviolent offenses and be able to actually wait for their time, wait for their arraignment outside of prison. And we know that, rest in peace to Khalif Browder, he died when he came home from Rikers. He was held in Rikers forever because he didn't have $300 to pay for bail over a backpack that they said he stole. So rest in peace to Khalif Browder, because he took his life because of the horrors he experienced at Rikers. The third one is additional measures to address the crime emergency in the District of Columbia. This directs federal agents to immediately deploy additional personnel, investigate safety violations, and establish specialized units to restore public safety in Washington, D.C., with provisions for rapid nationwide deployment if needed. That is simply just occupation.
No, absolutely. And it's not going to stop in the same way, in the same manner that Israel's not going to stop until they are stopped. Like, they're already saying, oh, we're going to go to Chicago, to Baltimore next. Like, this is going to continually happen across the United States. And with every city, Trump is able to destabilize the checks and balances even further. You know, it all started when the Supreme Court said that the lower courts cannot pose an injunction on Donald Trump for any of his executive orders, and therefore he's passing all these executive orders. He's getting in, deploying troops, which is illegal, and then moving on to the next thing before the court system could stop him. And of course, we've seen that the Senate and the House, the Congress, they're not able to stop them either, because they control it. So he is figuring out how to use the checks and balances in his favor and be able to destabilize it along the way. And basically,
one thing I want to point out though is, and I want us all to do better about this, because I do the same thing. It's not President Trump doing this.
No, absolutely.
It's the administration, and like you said, the ruling class. Like, he's not smart. He's not even healthy enough to do this.
Yeah.
Like, his hand is already dying. So the rest of him is coming soon. I don't think he's actually going to make it through the year. Not necessarily life-wise, but I don't think he's actually going to stay in office before the end of the year, because I don't think they even want him there. I think they want someone who's even more willing to go along, and that is J.D. Vance, who is the thirstiest. Every chick who turned down J.D. Vance for prom, it's your fault. All of this. All of this is your fault. It's really actually his mother's fault, because she was an addict, and this is all narcissism. But can you just do me a solid and give me your ideas on where you think this could really where you think this really goes? I mean, I guess you've already said that, but you know what? Better yet, where do you think we, as the proletariat, where you sat back with that one? Where do we go with this?
Yeah. I mean, one thing I keep thinking about is the last, I guess, almost revolution in this country was during the time of the Black Power movement, the Black Panther Party, and the anti-war movement. And during that time, the Black Panther Party was able to form a coalition across many different fronts. And they started out as the Black Panther Party for self-defense, and they were actually patrolling their communities armed against like racist cops. And it was actually, Reagan that passed the strict gun laws in California in response to the Black Panther Party. And then the rest of the country in quote unquote blue cities and blue states followed suit, not because they had this moral sense of duty to protect people from arms, but they wanted to disarm the left. And because they were afraid of an actual revolution coming from left cities and left organizations like the Black Panther Party, who was all across the country. I guess that's why they are able to occupy the cities that have gun laws, because the proletariat is not armed. That's one aspect. The other aspect is we need to get organized and form a solid coalition in the same manner that a coalition was actually built back during the anti-war movement, during the Black Power movement, and have a vanguard party that is able to do that, like the Black Panther Party, minus all the misogynistic stuff that they did.
Not only the misogynistic stuff, also the egotistical stuff. The ability for them to create dissension within the ranks was very much related to, this desire to be the boss, to be the head honcho, Huey P. and others. I mean, when you watch the CIA talk, they always talk about how like, we really don't have to do much. We really just need to plant a seed and y'all will run with it. And there just has to be a tighter, like I feel like a lot of folks don't understand that we are really in it's just a cycle, right? Like we're right back. We have Wi-Fi now, we have MP3s and streaming, but the sentiment is still the same. Nothing has changed. And what people don't realize is that after the civil rights movement and the ability for Black folks to assimilate, what it did was it diminished, it satiated the desire to resist. And it gave you a false sense of liberation by saying, well, you get to participate in our empire capitalist BS as well. Versus the reality, which is like, okay, now you're in, but you're literally working against yourself.
Exactly. Yeah, in the same manner that they gave us concession to the anti-war movement by getting rid of the draft, but that didn't stop imperialism. It only expanded it.
Sometimes I just be like, if I could just go somewhere and think about this for just 2 weeks uninterrupted, I feel like I could solve it. I really do. If I could go somewhere and like ayahuasca it, Jeff, I'd be like, I think I could solve it. I think I could. But I do appreciate always when folks of your brilliance affirm the things I be thinking when I'm walking the dog. And
kind of you to say.
And when I wake up, before I open my eyes and my brain is just in that like state of free will, and that's when I get my thoughts like, hold up now, they tricked us. So you guys, please follow Jeff. What is your new, because it used to be Tito Senpai, but now you're Tito Comrade?
Yep.
Is it Tito.comrade or is it Tito?
I think it's just Tito Comrade.
Okay.
Yeah, because Tito.senpai/_ was just a lot to say online. So I'm like, okay, Tito Comrade it is.
It wasn't dense.
Simple. Yeah.
So you guys can follow Jeff at Tito Comrade on Instagram, and you can bulk up your information and your knowledge because the videos are quick, the points are salient, and the facts are checked. Thank you so much. And please send Bianca my love.
Will do. Always a pleasure being here, and I enjoy it every time. So thank you for having me again.
Thank you. There's a hopelessness that can come over you after you have someone like Jeff on because you're just like, damn. But then there's also, to me, this energy that comes over me that says, well, now, wait a minute. If we can see, then we can carve a way through, right? If we can see, then we can bounce the sonar off of what we have mapped out to give us a path. And yes, NYX, like, it gives us new things to study. It gives us new ways of existing. It allows us to imagine new pathways through the quest. I just watched Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King last night because Isabel reminded us to muster the Rohirrim. And my favorite part, this is my favorite part of all the Lord of the Rings, all three of them combined, my favorite part without question is when they light the beacon. When they light the beacon of Minas Tirith and Gondor calls for aid. And then you see the beacon's light throughout the whole of Middle Earth. And you see that there is a unity and a coalition, okay? And then we see the beacon lit. And Aragorn knows that Gandalf has made it to Minas Tirith, and he runs to the king and he says, Gondor calls for aid! Light the beacon! And everybody looks to the king like, what you gonna do, playboy? What you gonna do? And the king says, and we shall answer. Muster the Rohirrim! Yes! Muster the Rohirrim! Oh, every time it gets me. So, you know, we're Gondor. We're calling for aid. And, you know, we will answer. I think we've already seen versions of this. Black Lives Matter, I got to tell you, Black Lives Matter movement, I was like, oh, they over there connecting with what we upset about over here. Same with Palestine. They over there connecting with where we at over here. So we're seeing in real time that the beacons are able to be lit. The beacons are able to be lit, y'all. We've actually already tested out the functionality. And my second favorite part is, yes, Kevin, when the Ents, the trees, finally after, because to me, the Ents, the trees are basically like leftist organizations who have to have 50 million conversations before they decide, yes, we actually should do this. Because they have to make sure that there is true egalitarianism and that everybody agrees. And then they're like, yes. And then when they do muster the Rohirrim, it's like, ra-ta-ta-ta, ra-ta-ta-ta. So shout out to all of my Lord of the Ringsians. Okay? Shout out to all my Lord of the Ringsians. Because it's real. You know, what a lot of people don't understand is when you read these books, whether it's like Lord of the Rings or, you know, 1984, Animal Farm, like this is not just like, oh, we're writers just writing some stuff. No, like it takes a certain level of psychicness that is inspiring these people. Octavia Butler pulled 2025 just out of nowhere. Like how? And nailed it. Nailed it. Okay. And it's really oftentimes like templates that we can follow, and we're not. Like, we're not. And we have beacons that are calling Rohan to answer. So oftentimes I really find myself, actually, that's what I'm going to talk about for my PSA. That's what I'm going to talk about for my PSA. Let me write it down right now. So before we get into our next phase, it's 11:20. Shout out to everybody who's joining us for the second hour, for the 11:20 hour. We just had Jeff Mabute, Tito Comrade on the Instagrams, join us. And we had a really informative, truly dope conversation around geopolitics, from Israel to what's going on in the occupation of DC, to Venezuela versus the US, and the possibility of what's coming next. And I think it's always important for us to consider that for our safety, for our imaginations, all the above. Later in the show, we're going to have my homegirl Tornia Charles joining us to give us the history of Jab Jab. For those of y'all who have never heard of Jab Jab in Grenada, it is an integral part of our carnival celebration. So let's take a little look at what Jab Jab is all about. Now y'all are looking at that like, what the helly? Well, what the helly is going to be explained to you a little later when my girl Tanya Charles, who is the head of marketing and sales at Pure Grenada, comes and joins us. Pure Grenada is the Grenada Border Tourism, and she is going to join us to give us the history of Jab. And let me tell you, Tonya is a Grenadian, okay? That is a real Grenadian there, boy. All right? Tonya is from Concord, okay? So I'm very excited. I love when I get to have my friends on the show, and this is the first time that we'll have a Grenadian connection. Okay? So look out for that. Stick around for that. All right. Let me tell y'all, Small Doses podcast is going to be coming to a close. Small Doses podcast is going to be coming to a close in November. So I want to let you know that you will still be able to access the archives. They will still be available, and you will still have the same feed on your phones. So it will now transform to the Smart, Funny, and Black Productions feed. And that same feed will bring you Views from AmandaLand podcast, as well as other audio experiences that I'm working on bringing to you. It will be the end of an era, Jess. I will have been doing it for 8 years. And Rachel, so many people have told me that Small Doses podcast shaped you. And you know what? To be quite honest, Small Doses podcast has really shaped me in so many ways. Remember, 8 years ago was a whole other time. When I started Small Doses podcast, I was living in an apartment in Valley Village, California. I had just moved to LA. I was just kind of like cutting my teeth. And I got to tell you, I've changed and I've grown and I've evolved so much over that time. And I also feel like it's time to also change, grow, and evolve with my content. And I'm really looking forward to being able to do that. And thankfully, you guys have made it so possible to do that, because you have been so committed to Small Doses podcast that I really can just bring in a new vibe, new flavors of information into the same feed and not have to start fresh. And I really hope that you guys will continue to say subscribe to the RSS feed. I really hope that you guys will continue to receive the new work that I'm bringing to the space. because it is something that is really important to me, this continuance of education. So, we also do interviews here at Views from AmandaLand. And to be quite honest, if I'm trying to, someone said, what's next? Big Doses podcast? If I'm honest, I just can't do everything. You feel me? Like I just can't keep everything going while I continue to expand and grow. It's just not physically possible. And so I had to take a look back I had to take an overlook at everything and say, well, where am I at? Where am I going? If I'm trimming the fat, what parts of this have already done so much nourishment that I wouldn't feel like I would be harming the people? And I feel that way about small doses. To be honest, small doses has also just changed really drastically from small doses in their beginning to now. Like I have people that are sending me, asks to come on small doses that are actors. And I'm just like, why would I want actors on small doses? Whereas in the beginning, like that's like all I had on small doses. So you guys have seen me evolve, and I have been so thankful to be a part of your evolution through small doses, because it really is a huge compliment and a huge accomplishment as an artist and as a creative to make work that is affecting folks, right? To make work that is living with folks long after it exists. So I really appreciate you all sharing that with me, because it's not something I take lightly. Now, that being said, we still have new episodes of Small Doses Podcast. And this week, we were really lucky to have Ahmed Caballo, who is the founder and creator of African Stream, on the show. If you don't know about African Stream, it was a platform that he founded that the Democrats actually made it their business to deplatform, because they were talking about the ways in which the United States was affecting the countries in Africa through destabilization. And next thing you knew, they accused African Stream of being funded by Russia, and they were completely deplatformed. And he tells us all about it in this episode. But check out this promo where he tells us why a platform like African Stream even exists in the first place. What would you say is the biggest misconception people have about the African narrative?
That we have a innate, unique problem, which means that we can't succeed on our own. And that's just not the case. That's why we covered so much history on African Stream and showed this is how amazing we were before our history was interrupted. And we will be amazing again once we kick out all of these fake NGOs that are just leeching off the continent, and once we take control of our own destiny.
What's one thing that you said in this episode that you stand 10 toes down on?
We love our African siblings in the United States. We see you as an internally colonized group, and that we are an externally colonized group. And when we reunite, we'll liberate both groups.
Amazing. Something that this does also is it forces all of us to embrace change. The United States that we have been living in, the world that we have been living in, with the lines that have been drawn as we've known them, is shifting beneath our feet, figuratively and literally. And so many of us are so adverse to change because we just simply have had the privilege not to have to deal with it. We have been able to make choices about our change versus having to react to the choices others are making about our change. And it is going to be imperative to your, not just survival, but your thrival. Is that a word? Not to be confused with fival. Somewhere out there. It's going to be imperative to your thrival that you learn to embrace change and understand that you're going to have to adjust. Look at nature as an inspiration. Like, I have tulip trees on my property. And I was asking the landscape guy, like, why are the tulip trees dropping leaves in July and in August. And he was like, I'm not sure. And so then he was like, I was driving around and I saw that like, it's not just your tree, it's all the tulip trees. And he was like, I think what it really is that climate change is causing the sun to be hotter at this time of year than they're used to. And so it's like throwing off their time. It's throwing off their timing. And that was like, I'm seeing it in the land. Even when folks are saying like, oh, it's too late to start your garden. I'm like, are you sure? Because the ground didn't freeze until December last year. When I was going to Purchase College, we were having flipping blizzards in October. Casual blizzards in October. So change is happening. And majority of it is not going to be fun. Which is also why we need to try our best to make some fun happen in the midst of it. Thus, when you see shifts like I'm doing with small doses, I hope that you will embrace that the way I'm embracing it. Also, let me tell you, a lot of people since I did small doses have changed careers. Y'all done got married. Y'all done had kids. Some of y'all became disabled. Some of y'all left the country. Some of y'all was in prison. You got out of prison. Some of y'all went into prison. There's been a lot that's happened since I started small doses 8 years ago. So, I got to meet us where we are now. And where we are now is in a space where education has to not simply just be about our individual selves. It has to be contextualized differently. And when I started small doses, it was self-help from the hip. No, it can't just be self-help anymore, y'all. It's got to be all help. That's where we got to go with it. So check out this week's episode of Small Doses Podcast, Side Effects of the African Perspective. All right, Side Effects of the African Perspective. Hold on, let me block. It's just crazy how nasty people are. People are just so nasty, like so mean. Let me tell you, something I've really learned over the course of this week is like, some of y'all is just mean people. You're mean, you're nasty, you're so upset with your life. You're just so depressed with your existence. What is that like? I don't understand it. If you're over there on Instagram, come on over to YouTube, Amanda Seals TV. And when you get here, make sure that you tell us. I got to answer the door. Fascists are not your friends shirts just arrived. Your fascists are not your friends shirts just arrived. So I know what I'll be doing for the next week. So also, I have a new project that I'm working on called Dolly's Radical Readers. Okay. Let me walk you through this. So during the 60s, there were these tests that they would do with children. And essentially what they would do is they would put kids in a room with these two dolls. And they would then ask the children, which doll is the happy doll? Which doll is the sad doll? Which doll is the nice doll? Which doll is the pretty doll? etc. Okay? And they would do this, and they had a black doll and a white doll, and the kids would, of course, inordinately, whether they were black children or white children, choose the positives for the white doll and the non-positives for the black doll. So I did a show a few years ago where I was asked to write a monologue in the perspective of that black doll. After performing that monologue, people were like, you need to do something more with that. So then I said, okay. And that doll is now featured in my one-woman show, What Would the Ancestors Say? And her name is Dolly. And her whole thing is about imagining beyond the limitations that we have here in this realm. The limitations of racism, the limitations of what it is to be Black, the limitations of what it is to be liberated, etc. And then I say, I'm not done with her. I'm not done with her. And I decided, you know what? I want to do more with her. So I have been thinking about a show where she would read books to kids. Dolly's Radical Readers. And this weekend, I will be doing the first version of Dolly's Radical Readers. And you guys will get the opportunity as Patreon subscribers to join me as I do this test run to figure out if this is a good idea or if this is something that should just stay in the vault. But really, she is going to be not just reading books to kids, she's reading them to us. I was at the African American Day parade this weekend in Nyack, and there was a woman there, Reads, and she has a mobile bookstore. And when I tell y'all, I came up on so many children's books, but I was just like, oh my God, like I was like, do you have more? Because I don't want to be like buying these up and then the kids aren't getting them. And she was like, well, to keep it honest, the books are for us. All the books are for us. Even us in our 40s, we didn't get these books. So they're for us. And so Dolly will be reading the books as well as providing her Dolly commentary. So you guys will get to watch me doing this taping this weekend. So if you are not a member of Patreon, this might be the opportunity to come join. Remember, it is $5. The other thing you're going to get to experience is doing a DIY production. It's going to be me, my camera person, and my homegirl who's a librarian. And so you'll get to see how my process works when I'm creating. You'll get to see just the basic necessities that can be used to create. Like, don't think that you need to have all types of hoopla. Oftentimes it really is just a few items. And my plan is to be able to make these and then have you guys be able to join me on Patreon for extended conversations. So essentially what I'm trying to do is make the content for kids and for young people free, while also being able to be supported by having the extended version of that conversation, which are the adult conversations, have a paywall. So for the AmandaLand Summit that we're doing in New York City we have 2 events that are going to be available to the public that will have a ticket price. However, anyone 18 and under, or anyone under 18, will be able to get in free, because we want you to be able to bring your teens. You know, I would suggest 11 and up to attend. And yes, it's going to be 11 a.m. Risha, 11 a.m. Eastern time. So you all will get to join and experience while I work through this process, and, you know, talk amongst yourselves like y'all always do. But I'm really looking forward to it. So when I talk about change and I talk about like new things happening, like this is what I mean. Like I am older. I feel like I am needing to be in alignment with a different process, a different purpose right now. I feel like I gotta get to the root, and the root is the kids, because I know that the root, I was got at the root from jump on Saturday, Adrian. You know, like Reading Rainbow, Carmen Sandiego, you know what? What am I doing? This is what we're going to have to do now. Reading Rainbow. Butterfly in the sky, I can go twice as high. Take a look, it's in a book. Reading Rainbow, I can go anywhere. Friends to know and ways to grow. Reading Rainbow, I can do anything. Take a look, it's in a book. Reading Rainbow, reading Rainbow, reading Rainbow, reading Rainbow, reading Rainbow. Then we had Sesame Street. Bum bum ba dum bum ba dum bum ba dum ba dum bum bum ba dum bum ba dum bum ba dum ba dum. Sunny days sweeping the clouds away. Find my way to where the air is clean. Can you tell me how to get to Sesame Street? Come on. Carmen Sandiego, doo-wop, bop-a-doo-wah-doo-wop, 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 bop-a-doo-wah. Been around the world from Monterey to Carolina. I never knew the words. I love how some of y'all are lyric checking me for Reading Rainbow. I was 8. Like, you think I went back and checked the record and checked the lyrics? Whatever lyrics of Reading Rainbow I'm singing right now are the lyrics I felt like I understood when I was 8. Y'all are so annoying. I don't know what version of the song she's singing. I'm singing the version I remember when I was 8, when they were wheeling the TV into the class so that my teacher could have a day off. Shout to Miss Channel and Ms. Bowman. Okay. Yes, Gullah Gullah Island. Let's all go to Gullah Gullah Island. Gullah Gullah, Gullah Gullah. By the way, Gullah Gullah Island filmed down the hall from my brother and me. Rest in peace to James Coleman the second. Yeah. So this is what shaped me as a person. Like, I feel like, you know, these kids, they need some shaping too. And you got Miss Rachel, who's giving them a real grounding in like kindness. She's giving the adults a real grounding in kindness too. However, there's like another element that we need and that they need and that they deserve. And I remember when I did Tabitha Brown's show on YouTube, I was Sherry Shares, and I was able to talk like this the whole time, and it didn't bother me at all. And I said, you know what? She lives in me. So Dolly is going to come and talk to the kids and show them a whole world that they can exist in beyond the pages, beyond the playground in their minds. And they can bring that world right here to the pages, to the stages, to the playgrounds. And that's a world where everybody is responsible for their own feelings. I'm coming, y'all. I'm coming. And then I can go read books to the kids, and I can be partners, partnerships with different book reading clubs and, education-based organizations. And I have a design for the costume. I have to make the costume this weekend. We'll have to make it at some point. I don't know where I'd be finding the time to do things, by the way. And I have to make the theme song. And I don't know what that is, but look what I got right here. Dolly's Radical Readers. Dolly's. I don't know. I don't have it yet. It's going to come to me. Shoo-doom, doom-to-doom, doom-doom-doom. And it has to be in the style of the songs that I just sang to you. Because it's got to be something that these kids sing to each other later. Oh, you remember when you was Dolly's Radical Readers? I don't know. It'll come to me. No, the keyboard the security guard didn't help me carry was literally 10 times the size of that keyboard. Dolly's Radical Readers. Something catchy. I'll get it. Something will come to me. It'll hit me. Somebody said, where can I audition to be a part of the team? Because then my other goal is to be able to then have guests. Because I could text LeVar Burton right now. I can't even believe I could say that, y'all. That was a flex. That was a flex. I could text LeVar Burton right now. So I want to be able to have guests. And I'm in another realm right now, y'all. I'm in another realm. And this is also the kind of thing that I can do anywhere in the world. Right? Anywhere in the world. So yeah, that's what I'm working on. I love that Adrienne said that someone said her video felt like PBS, because that is a huge compliment. And Adrienne, I did get your email, and I literally did not send on the draft, but I got your email. So yeah, here we are. Are y'all ready to keep going with the show? I'd like to give y'all a little brain break and just tap in with you if you haven't noticed. Okay? Sometimes I have to give y'all, yeah, Angela, come on, man. You got to get that American flag out your picture, though. You got to get that out of there. Get it out. It's scaring me. Yo, someone pointed out yesterday how offensive the American flag is to Native Americans. They were like, the American flag is to Native Americans as Confederate flag is to Black people. Think about it. They literally have a flag of all the stars and stripes that are in place of their nations. Bro. Nuts. But like Dolly's Radical Readers, like she's going to start with affirmations every day. She's also, I'm going to try and give her, I want her to have a song every show. So this is also why I have to like let go of certain things, because I need to have brain space to be creative in this way. And let me tell you how God worked before we move on. So I was walking down the street in my new neighborhood, and I heard my name yelled, and I turned around, and it was a videographer that I had worked with 20 years ago who lives in my neighborhood. And we had fell out because he would always be like late, etc. And he was like, I just want you to know that I just, to this day, remember you yelling at me about being late and how I was fucking up. And he was like, to this day, I hear you in my head. And then I met his wife, and she was like, correct. to this day, he hears you in his head. And he was like, and I got my act together. And I was like, yo, this is nuts. And now he has a baby and he has like life that's organized, but he's missing creativity. He has a steady job and he doesn't get to be creative. So this is where the synergy comes together, right? Because now we get to be able to link with each other on a multitude of levels. And that's just wild how you just manifest things. Someone said, could it be the nature of flags is offensive entirely? I think to a certain extent, yes. If you're like a nation like Grenada, the flag has a sense of pride because it's your flag. Like they jacked your shit, they jacked your island and you got it back. And then you made your flag like, this is ours. See it there? See it there? This is ours. Every year on Independence Day in Grenada, the whole island paints the island red, yellow, and green. Every year. So, again, we are going to be having my homegirl, Tornia Charles, joining us to talk about Jab Jab and Carnival. Anybody here ever been to Carnival in any countries? I know a lot of y'all love to go and wind up your waist and wear the outfits and all that. I'm not a big Carnival person myself because I don't partake in alcohol and I don't like all the walking. And I do not like all of them people. There's a lot of people. You know, don't get me wrong. Of course, I have been down to Eastern Parkway, down in the Parkway in Brooklyn. But I must say that I really, people that say, oh, how you not in Grenada for Carnival? Nah. Something that's funny, by the way, is that, so by the way, they call Grenada Carnival Spice Mass. Mass is a name for Carnival. But, so, after every Carnival, everyone gets a cold. Because all you just push up on each other, eh? All you do is just push up on each other. And they always name the cold. And I just remember that one year, the cold was named the seatbelt. Grenadians are funny people, we. I just want you to know, Grenadians, we are a funny people. Like, we got jokes. Like, it's cultural that we got jokes. Y'all, they said it was a seatbelt because it holding your back. It holding your back. Oh, God. Oh, God. No, I do not think the American flag can be reclaimed in any way because it is literally made in blood. The red is the blood. The white is the bones. That's it. There's nothing else to talk about. Get it out of here. Get it out of here. In Barbados, they call it crop over. That's what they call Carnival in Barbados. Crop over. Then you have Trinidad Carnival. Martinique has a big carnival. Guadeloupe, they have a carnival with a lot of drums and thing. Drumming and thing. And then in London, they have the Notting Hill Carnival, which is all of the countries. And then remember, Caribbean countries are not just the islands. There are Caribbean countries that are also in Central America and South America. So like like Panama had so many Jamaicans that were brought to Panama to build the flipping canal. So you have a whole Caribbean contingent there. Belize was colonized by the British. So Belize is also fascinating because you have people who are very clearly Mayan, but they're talking with a Caribbean accent like so. You have the Garifuna people who were kicked out of St. Vincent. They were Maroons in St. Vincent. The Maroons were the people who escaped and left the plantations and went up in the mountains and refused to be enslaved again. Well, they kicked them off. They had a whole big battle in St. Vincent and they kicked them off the island and they sent them out to sea and they ended up landing in Belize. And they formed their Garifuna villages in Belize and they still exist. Shout out to Hopkins. And then you have countries like Guyana. Guyana is in South America. But Guyana was colonized by the British. And there's a very shared culture amongst all of these islands. Also because a lot of the workers were being transported across the islands because they were colonized. And so the colony is moving its workers and its people through its colonies. Suriname as well. Now they also have, carnival, in Brazil. Dominica has Mas Dominic. So there you go. I didn't even know that Ecuador had a carnival. I don't know what I need our moderators to be on top of it. I've had to block 3 people today. So I don't know what y'all doing. All right. So we're about to get into our 12th hour. Into the 12 o'clock hour. So shout out to all of y'all. And we're going to get into some Black Current news. So let's do it.
Black Current news. Politics. Black Current news. Pop culture. Black Current news. Sports. Black Current news. Justice.
All right, let's get into our Black Current news. First up, we got to talk about Wes Moore. Wes Moore is the governor of Maryland, and him and Trump have been having a little back and forth, but it first starts out with this whole situation that we know is going on with the Democrat-led states saying that they are interested in doing like Texas and doing a redistricting situation. Here's Wes Moore talking about it.
Redistricting or gerrymandering, as some people know it. You've said you don't like talking about it, but all options are on the table when it comes to your state. There's only one seat here that is actually Republican, and it's a seat held by Representative Andy Harris. Are you considering trying to redraw lines in Maryland?
Yeah, when I say all options are on the table, all options are on the table.
Are you actively looking at it now?
Yeah, because I think we have to. Yes, and I think we have to, because I think what's happened is this is what people hate about politics in the first place: the fact that the president of the United States, very similar to what he did in Georgia, where he called up a series of voter registrants and said, "I need you to find me more votes." We're watching the same thing now, where he's calling up legislatures around the country and saying, "I need you to find me more congressional districts."
He's doing it. That may be different, but Democrats redistrict. You know this.
Yeah.
But Gavin Newsom's doing it right now. A few years ago in New York, we saw this. This can backfire. Do you really want to go down this road?
I want to make sure that we have fair lines and fair seats, where we don't have situations where politicians are choosing voters, but that voters actually have a chance to choose their elected officials. We need to be able to have fair maps. And we also need to make sure that if the president of the United States is putting his finger on the scale to try to manipulate elections because he knows that his policies cannot win in a ballot box, then it behooves each and every one of us to be able to keep all options on the table to ensure that the voters' voices can actually be heard and we can have maps.
In that one district where they have a Republican representative, that they are actively being represented in Maryland?
I think if you look at maps across the country, less than 10% of congressional seats are actually competitive by nature. Less than 10%. And so if you look at the average win margin in our state and so many states, the average win margin is upwards of 20 to 30%. So that means we already have so many gerrymandered areas that we have to be able to add a measure of fairness in the way that it's applied. And so, yes, all options need to be on the table in the state of Maryland.
I can't stand mainstream media. I cannot stand mainstream media. Like the line of questioning is so dumb. I know that may sound harsh, but that's what it feels like so often. It just feels so reductive, and it is so behind the concept of forward thinking. Even I was on MSNBC the other day, and I really appreciate that Ayman Moyedin was very about telling the truth around Palestine. But the line of questioning that they had for me around the Surrounded episode was really insulting, to be quite honest. They're asking me like, was it a waste of time? Why did you go on there when it could go off the rails? Did anything they say bring you closer to them? No. Nothing that a room of black conservatives said made me come what? I just feel like, okay, to be fair. Oh, hey, Miss Latia. To be fair, Perhaps they're asking those questions considering that that's what they think that their listeners want to hear. But I will tell you that I am so done with this concept of being manipulative to the listeners and doing this whole dumbing down and saying that we're dumbing down to the listeners. Someone said to me yesterday that they feel like, you know, that the black people, that black elitists or black academics or the black, the radical black tradition is just too elitist, and that black people really just need some basic non-intellectual conversation. First of all, stop acting like black people are not intellectual regardless, okay? Like, there isn't the idea of intellectualism is not about how many books you've read. Intellectualism is your capacity to consider beyond the limitations of what is here. At least that's what it is in my opinion. Anybody can be smart. Smart is retention. Smart is retention. Intellectualism is expansion. So smart and retention is what we see a lot of times in mainstream media. People who can regurgitate, politicians, people who can repeat. Intellect is how are you able to use this information to create innovation. Now, anti-intellectualism is when they are preventing you from getting that information, when they are preventing you from critical thinking and comparative analysis in order to do that. So I don't need you to have read all these books to be an intellect. We see children who are intellectuals. We see sharecroppers who are intellectuals. We have seen people of all ilk be able to be intellectuals. Now, what frustrates me is when I see people parading as intellectuals who are really just regurgitating the same old talking points. When I see conversations around politics that are presented as if they are being, you know, expansionist, or that they are like pushing the envelope, when all they're really doing is repeating the same rhetoric of what I call electoral paralysis. What did I call it this morning? Electoral paralysis. I had something really smart that I said this morning. Hold on. I had something really smart that I said this morning. Y'all gonna hear it. Y'all are gonna hear it. All right. Electoral paralysis, something. I was on a roll just now, and I'm sorry, y'all. I just had to slow it down because I have to give y'all the wisdom that I gave y'all. And I know that y'all love Audre Lorde, and she is from Grenada, but I just want y'all to know that she really came for June Jordan because June Jordan was anti-Zionist. And I don't know that I can ever really get past that. Like, ruined her career because she was pro-Palestine. So, like, I can't really rock with her like that. I just can't. She said things that we need to say. She's the one who coined the master's tools, cannot break the master's bill. She said it. She's talked about the necessity to consider self-care beyond just yourself. Yes. But the fact that she ruined another black woman's life over Zionism, and then later in the mix was like, oh, my bad. My bad. Like that I'll just never get over that. I'm sorry. But what I did come up with, though, was electoral pacifist paralysis. That is a lot of the conversations that we are seeing, whether it's on The Breakfast Club or on CNN or on Roland Martin. A lot of it is just electoral paralysis, electoral pacifist paralysis, meaning it is stuck in a system that is calling for order versus for change, and change that requires destabilizing, dismantling, and disruption. And you can't get that change being pacifist. You can't get that change uplifting and upholding establishment electoral politics. And you can't get that change being stuck in both of those things. Electoral pacifist paralysis. EPP. It is an endemic. Okay? It is endemic. And because of the mainstream media stuff, I decided that I was supposed to go on CNN and News Nation this week, and I decided to cancel it after the MSNBC appearance, because I was like, no, I need to be in other places. I need to be in other spaces that are actually like doing this. And so I did an interview with Funky Dineva yesterday. I'm going to go on Sabby Sabs later this week. I'm doing something with Eugene Puryear at Breakthrough News. I'll be joining Mehdi on Zateo in 2 weeks. I reached out to the producers at Democracy Now!, but they didn't hit me back. So if anyone has a link over there, hit them up. But yeah. Oh, and then I'm joining Emma Vigeland and Sam Cedar on Majority Report as well. So, you know, I did all of this myself. Your girl was a PR maven. Oh my God, y'all, Angela Jones. Angela said, "You right, Troy. Let me get that flag out of there." I love it. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I love it. Yes, and Rachel Maddow is making $25 million a year. Excuse me? What the hell is Rachel Maddow doing that is worth $25 million? And I say that about a lot of stuff. About these people in these movies, about these people on these basketball courts, about these people in these offices. What are y'all doing? $25 million a year? And I think Joy Reid was making $3 million a year? $1 million. I mean, one show a week. One. And then I have people that will come for my neck because I want to sell my little pins. Thing about Midas Touch is that they don't stand for Palestine enough. I had to let go of Midas Touch. Maybe they've changed their tune, but post October 7th, they wasn't on it enough. They was real. They was doing a little bit too much, you know, we stand with Israeling. So Wes Moore and Donald Trump are beefing now. So Donald Trump said, Governor Wes Moore of Maryland has asked in a rather nasty and provocative tone that I walk the streets of Maryland with him. I assume he's talking about out of control crime rate in Baltimore. As president, I would much prefer that he clean up his crime disaster before I go there for a walk. The way in which they really try to make everywhere a dehumanized, crazy melee of nonsense. And whether it's a city or a country, and they're like, we have to invade because, I mean, look at how crime is. Baby, then don't go there. Don't go there. And for the record, Maryland, shout out to Brandon, who is the mayor of Baltimore. He been holding it down in Baltimore. Wes Moore's record on crime is a very bad one unless he fudges his figures on crime like many of the other blue states are doing. I'm not going to waste my time to read this whole thing because I want to read y'all the response. Wes Moore said President Bone Spurs will do anything to get out of walking, even if that means spouting off more lies about the progress we're making on public safety in Maryland. Hey, Donald, we can get you a golf cart if that makes things easier. Just let my team know. The girls are fighting. The delicious pettiness of that reply. That was like that Magnolia Bakery banana pudding. Delicious. Okay. You know what's not delicious? Uganda. You gotta be kidding me. Uganda, you gotta be kidding me. So Uganda agreed to take in nationals from third countries who may not get asylum in the United States, but do not wish to return to their countries of origin. So this is how Kilmar Abrego Garcia is getting sent to Uganda after they done brought him back from CCOT because they done made up a whole charge. The ministry said on Thursday that the agreement is based on the conditions that those seeking asylum do not have criminal records, they are not unaccompanied minors, and that the details are still being worked out. Apparently, this is a temporary agreement, Vincent Bajirwaiswa, the ministry's permanent secretary, said. The conditions include individuals without criminal records. Well, baby, I don't know why you trust anything the United States says. Maybe they're getting a check. I don't know. That's always what it boils down to. Maybe they're getting a check. Now, Ugandans have actually criticized this because they're like, excuse me. Apparently, there were like sanctions threatened if they didn't go along with it. Something to that effect. But we know that the United States just signed a deal with the Congo to take their resources. We also know that they just signed a deal with Rwanda to send folks there. We also know that Uganda and Rwanda have both been gutting the Congo of their resources and have been playing integral parts in partying with other outside factions to continue the disruption and unrest in the Congo that allows for the continued seizure of their resources. Israel is a part of that too. So we are seeing the United States now create a tentpole in Africa the same way that they are doing in Israel by connecting these countries whose leaders do not have the balls of the Sahel region and are selling out their people and ultimately selling out the continent, because having the United States be in bed with Rwanda, Uganda, and the Congo is, of course, going to create a much more difficult possibility of there being a united Africa and a Pan-Africanist Africa, which is the actual goal. Kilmar Abrego Garcia was literally minding his business as a part of a workers' union, and they done now attacked that man saying that he is a trafficker. Say what? Say what? I'm still mad that Rachel Maddow got $25 million a year. I am mad at Maddow. No wonder all she did was make a little video, make a little announcement about her co-hosts getting fired and instead of saying, you know what, I'm out. You know what, I'm out. It's just, listen, do not get me wrong. I know people got kids and they need healthcare, etc. But I do think that a lot of people are really just fronting when it comes to why they're staying in places and in jobs that are harmful. Like, I don't know how you stay somewhere that has outwardly demonstrated to you that they don't give a F about you or your people. Like, I heard that Kaepernick is like still training every day with the hope of getting back in the NFL. And I just don't understand that. I understand that brother loves football, but why is that was just odd. I don't know. That was just odd to me. I don't understand why he would want to go back. I know that they did him dirty. However, that's what these places do. They do you dirty, but going back to them is not you like winning. Now they still get to use you. You know? They still get to use you. You know who's not letting herself be used? My girl, Amy Sherald. Now, you may know Amy Sherald as the artist who painted the Michelle Obama portrait. And Amy Sherald had a show that was about to happen at the Smithsonian National Portraits Gallery. And Amy Sherald told them that they can go kiss her booty. And she canceled the show. By the way, you can check out Amy Sherald on Small Doses. I did an artist series with a number of different artists. Amy Sherald, Bisa Butler, Justina Blakely. And she so generously joined us to talk about her process as an artist. So make sure you check that out. So she wrote an opinion piece this week. And let's talk about some of the things that she said there. She said, when governments police museums, they are not simply policing exhibitions. They are policing imagination itself. Censorship has taken hold at the Smithsonian, and I refuse to play along. Okay. Now, what really was the catalyst for this was when she found out that the planned exhibition of her touring show, Amy Sherald, American Sublime, with the painting Transforming Liberty, which envisions the Statue of Liberty as a Black trans woman modeled after drag performer and musician Arawa Basit, appeared in a 26-item list of artworks and exhibitions posted by the White House shortly after the administration demanded that the Smithsonian hand over materials so that it could make content corrections. She was like, hands off. She said, while no single person is to blame, it's clear that institutional fear, shaped by a broader climate of political hostility toward trans lives, played a role. This painting exists to hold space for someone whose humanity has been politicized and disregarded. I cannot in good conscience comply with a culture of censorship, especially when it targets vulnerable communities. Okay, Amy! Okay! That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Man, loved it. I was so... I was so happy to see that, because I just feel like everybody is so obsessed with continuing to make a check. Everybody is so obsessed with continuing to make a check. Like, at what point is it just like, all right, I need to just downsize and hold on to what I got and figure it out. And you know what's so wild to me too? So many of the folks be in marriages where there's another person that is making income, and they're still like, no, I can't stand for something. Shout out to Amy Sherald. She said, y'all can hold it. Y'all can hold it. All right. Exactly. More artists need to speak the F up. Even in our music right now, it's just so like, what are y'all waiting for? I know what they're waiting for. They're waiting for it to come to their doorstep. But I'm telling you, by the time it come to y'all doorstep, I'm gonna have a new doorstep. Okay. Last but not least. So my mama sent me this morning. And she said, to take a look at this. Now, there have been a number of companies that have definitely capitulated to the whole Trump racist DEI nonsense. And I don't think we pay enough attention to the ones who haven't. Now, let me also add, this is just a list of companies that have affirmed their commitment to DEI. Some of them, however, are on the BDS list. So don't get it twisted. I am not saying that these are just all around great companies. I'm just being very, very, very specific about the fact that these companies have committed to DEI. Okay? Trader Joe's, Michael's, which is interesting because some of them have actually donated to Trump. Wegmans, Southwest Airlines, American Airlines, Kroger, Costco, Hilton, Dick's Sporting Goods, Nike, Chili's, and Apple. So I'm going to keep it a buck with y'all. All of these companies are going to have something wrong with them. All of them. You know why? Because they're companies. They're major corporations in the United States. All of them have an issue. If the issue isn't DDI, the issue is they sell Israeli products. If it isn't that they sell Israeli products, it's that they are anti-union. If it isn't that they are anti-union, it's that they use prison labor. All of them. That is what capitalism is. It requires exploitation. So that exploitation is going to happen in some shape, way, or form. Now, what you unfortunately get tasked with is deciding which exploitation is the one that you simply just can't stomach. And that is what lets you know that you are in a effed up situation, an effed up economy, that you are in an effed up, what's the word I'm looking for? I'm hungry. That you're, like the fact that you have to make that choice, that Rosemary's Baby choice of which anti-human behavior you're gonna stand on and which one you're gonna have to just eat for a second is society. Why was I having such a hard time with that? You're in an effed up society. Oh my God. Do you see how that eluded me? Crazy. Your system of government, as it is capitalist, allows for that. And it impedes you from being able to challenge it because we are no longer in an actual free market economy, because so often there is connectivity between brands. So even if you're like, oh, well, I like this store, but I don't like that store. It's like, ooh, hate to break it to you. Those stores are owned by the same people. Like Free People, Anthropologie, what's it called? Free People, Anthropologie, and Urban Outfitters, all are owned by the same people. Sierra, TJ Maxx, Marshalls, Home Goods, Michaels, I believe they're all owned by the same people. So we're in a matrix where we're not able to really fully excise ourselves because that's where they're all connected. The other part of this, though, is that that's where just being an over consumer ends up also keeping you fully immersed. So we find ourselves having to make really disparate choices similar to the lesser of two evils. And so many would simply just say, oh, it is what it is. But what I appreciate about so many of you all here at the SEAL Squad is that, here at the AmandaLand, is that you really challenge yourself. You really do challenge yourself to figure out how can you not continue with it. Yes, it is deeply dystopian, Jennifer. So you'll challenge yourself and you'll say, okay, I'll go to Trader Joe's, but I won't buy Israeli products, and I'll go to Trader Joe's less. I'll go to Michael's, but I'm only if I have to. You'll try your best to maybe not be perfect, but to still participate. And I think that at this juncture, that's the kind of like the best that most of us can do as we work on the overall practice of simply just less consumerism. Asking yourself, do I really need that? No, I wanted it, but I don't need it. Sometimes you want it, and that's fine. However, sometimes it's like you're being extra. Cut it out. OD is what you're being. You're being OD. Cut it out. Okay. So that's what we got going on. Now, after our guest, we are going to go over the assignments that were turned in. So we did find some of the assignments that had been turned in. I know some of y'all was like, people literally emailed me like, I actually did the work, so I'm going to need my assignment to actually be shown because I did the work. I was like, okay, boo-boo. We got you. We gonna show your work. Okay. So when we come back, we are going to show people's work who responded to this critical thinking exercise. Identify a way the people have created a solution Write a paragraph or submit a 3-minute video. Identify the problem. What did the people do to challenge it? What solution was established? All right. So when we come back after our guest, we're going to get into that. Now, the real question is, will our guest be on time? Because they are a Caribbean person. And the odds of a Caribbean person showing up on time are very, very slim. Okay. So I just want to point that out. It's very, very slim, but we gonna see. We gonna see. So we are in the 12 o'clock hour, and we should do a roll call to see who is joining us. Hey, hey, hey. Oh, oh, oh. Shooby-dooby-dooby-doo, boop. Been on the mic for 2 hours. Let's get into it. AmandaLander's here to learn. Drop in and tell me where you're watching from. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Come on. Tell me what it is, what it is. AmandaLander's. Wait, hold on. I know Rolando did not just lie and say it would not let me upload it again. Now, you know that is not true. AmandaLander's here to learn. Oh, God! She's on time! She's early! I stand corrected! Oh, yeah, I stand corrected. Oh, God. Let me finish the roll call. Let me finish the roll call. Hey! Tell me where you're watching from. The occupied DMV, Gastonia, North Carolina. Aloha from the Bay. We got Dallas, Fort Worth, Texas, Nassau County, Long Island. We also got Ozone Park, Kansas City, Kansas, LaStrange, Georgia, Sweden, San Antonio, Uganda, Phoenix, Telka, Marburg, Garcia. We say hello. Greetings from South Africa, Mississippi, West Palm Beach, Charlotte, North Carolina. We got somebody on the 101 freeway. Girl, why are you texting? Uptown NYC, Roswell, Georgia, Nashville, Tennessee, Los Angeles, California, Freeport, New York, Jacksonville, Dubai. Someone was watching from Guam? Wow. And Grenada is still in the building. AmandaLander's here to learn. Thank you for telling me where you're watching from. It's the 12 o'clock hour, and we are about to get into our Level Us Up guest for the week. AmandaLand. We up. Oh, God! Grenada Reach! Oh, God, Grenada Reach! Hello, Miss Charles.
How are you?
I am well. I am well. I am so excited to have an actual homegirl on the show. Y'all, I want to introduce you to Tornia Charles, the Director of Sales and Marketing for Grenada Tourism Authority. Yeah. Now, Tanya, today we're talking about the history of Jab Jab Pase! Jab Jab Pase!
I have a helmet in here. I should have brought it in, but we always have a helmet in here.
So, for those of us who are just learning, who are just joining, let me play a little jab jab video so you can get a little context of what we're going to be talking about today. Jab Jab Posse. So y'all need to understand that Tornia Charles is a real Grenadian. Okay, because some people are not real Grenadians. They're from Grenada, they live in Grenada, but they don't know the history, they don't know the culture and thing. So I have brought Tornia today to tell us about Jab Jab. And Grenada Carnival just finished. How was Carnival?
It was a resounding success.
Tell us more.
First of all, preliminary data suggests that we had a 5% increase of visitor arrivals as compared to last year. Right now, accommodation, some are already completely sold out for next year. True Blue Bay is sold out. Royalton is sold out. There's about 4 properties completely sold out at this point.
What? Oh, you really like to go up and smash.
It was really good. And historically, we've had the numbers driven by Grenadians residing abroad. Everybody comes back home for Carnival. Not so much this year. It was led by other people, friends and family of Grenadians residing abroad. So that's
really,
yes. And it tells you that it's really growing. And one of the things that led it is the traditional mass aspect, not your pretty mass costumes, not it was solely
right. It's not about going and dancing and whining behind the big truck.
Correct. Not that. It's the uniqueness of what happens here, which is why we're talking about Jab Jab anyway.
So please let the people know, what is the uniqueness to Grenada Carnival? Now, we do have pretty mass, where all you does west up in your outfits with the feathers and the beads and the bumpy and all of that.
Correct.
And we do have the steel pan, and we have, the calypso, competition, and we have the Carnival Queen competition. Do I have a Carnival Queen pen? Oh, this is my Carnival Queen pencil.
She does look like a Carnival Queen.
Wait, I have to. This is our Carnival Queen pencil. Jab Jab was there. All right. But in addition to that, now someone tried to argue with me in the streets of Brooklyn the other day and said that Jab Jab was created in Trinidad.
People have been saying that, but Jab Jab is a Grenadian thing, right? And maybe I'll start by explaining the history, because there's so many misconceptions, there's so many myths surrounding Jab Jab. But just to give some perspective to the listeners, Grenada's carnival is very different from the other carnivals. So don't expect what you see in Brazil and what you see in Trinidad. There'll be elements of it, but we are unique because of our traditional mass aspect. And it's the Jab Jab, it's the Moko Jumbies, it's the Veko, it's the Shortneys. These are all traditional masqueraders. And it forms part of Carnival. Now, Jab Jab in particular, you will only see, well, I have to be careful how I say this. Because Grenadians love Carnival so much, they've been playing Jab Jab outside of Juve morning. Let's put it that way. But really and truly, you see Jab Jab Juve morning. So that Juve is a 4 a.m. street parade. And the history of it's not, I know you saw the clip, we're dressed in black, or we're covered in black, we have the horns, we have the chains, and people are sometimes scared because they don't understand what it means. Jab Jab, mind you, that phrase starts with a D. The D is silent. It's DJAB, but it's pronounced jab. It's called the devil. It's referred.
Wait, why a pause when you it's called
yes, because it is so unfortunate. When I explain the history, people will understand. It was branded that way by persons who were slave owners. So what Jab really does, or what it's meant to do, is be a mockery, right, of those who would have enslaved us. It is a celebration, right? So people go out on Juve morning and they cover themselves with oil, charcoal, if you want to be more environmentally friendly, but it is meant to mock the slave owners. So when, emancipation came around, first of all, you don't want us to celebrate our heritage. You're looking at us in a certain way because of the color of our skin, and we're saying to you, okay, you're ridiculing us because we are Black. Let's show you who's Black. So we covered ourselves. That's where it came from, and that's what happened. And we continue to portray it till today. And every time I speak about this, and it always surprises me, I get goosebumps. It's the weirdest thing, but it's a mockery. You say we act like the devil. Okay, we'll wear horns. We'll show you who is the devil. We'll paint our tongue red. We will show you who is the real devil. But it is meant to mock them, because we weren't allowed to celebrate our history, to celebrate our ancestry. So it is not meant to be something scary. There is tradition there. There is heritage there. It has purpose and meaning. And I would love everyone to be able to understand that. So it's not something that you just do because you want to whine and jam, and no. And if you speak to gentlemen and women, by the way, just to be clear, this is something that is portrayed by men, women, and children. But if you speak to persons who would have been involved in this from the get-go years ago, they would say to you, Jobs take this seriously. They walk in a line. They don't talk. They chant. They carry their chains, but it's not joined. It's broken because we're celebrating emancipation. So there is meaning to this thing. And then it started translating over to the music. And you would hear, it probably goes back to, I think, 1991, I believe, 1991, where you had the first set of jab rhythms coming through with the drums and even today. So you will hear, when you think of jab music, a lot of Grenadian soca artists, their names would pop up: the Talpree, the Killer, the Terror, and it starts crossing.
We don't speak Mr. Killer's name here.
Okay, but it started crossing over. It's something. I would love everyone to understand what is the true meaning of it. Don't be afraid. Participate. We are very welcoming, but understand why you are doing it. Oh, you froze. I wasn't sure if you were hearing me.
No, I'm hearing you.
Oh, okay.
Because I think when you're saying come and join us, right? Mm-hmm. What I love is that you're also contextualizing, but understand why you're doing it. Because so often what ends up happening is people come and they take part in things, but they want to just take part in the party. Yes. And they end up taking it apart from what its actual meaning is. And now it gets watered down. Correct. And what ends up happening on the other side of that is the capitalism sets in. And so folks are like, well, it's all right to get watered down because, the hotels sell out.
And that's not what we want.
So how does Grenada protect jab from getting watered down in this way?
So I'll tell you, we've started making strides. One of the first things, and we're in the process now, is trying to get jab inscribed as part of the UNESCO's intangible heritage list, to claim it as ours, and just to have it listed so that people understand there is a way that this thing is portrayed and it's for a reason. So you cannot come and turn it into something that it is not. And I think we have to be very mindful of that because it is growing in popularity. And in terms of our marketing, so I'll give you an example. We had a press strip. We always have a press strip for Spice Mass. Not that Spice Mass does not sell itself at this point, right. But at the same time, we want to be able to control the narrative, let people put out the right stories. So we had the BBC, we had Essence, we had a few publications, but they were not just allowed to come here and just enjoy the festivities. We curated a traditional mass workshop before Juve. So when you go on the street and you see Jab, you understand why it's happening, as opposed to just writing any old thing based on your perspective. So we brought some of the long-standing masqueraders together, those who play jab, those who play, some of the other traditional mass aspects.
Don't make me run and get my shortney costume.
We actually brought them outside of the city.
Tanya, please mute that thing there. Please.
Oh, I'm speaking and I didn't even realize it was going on.
I'm hearing it over because you're very important over there. You have a big job. You have a big job, so they're messaging you. Where is Miss Charles? We can't do this without her making a decision.
I got rid of it. So one of the things, the way we curated it is to bring them outside of St. George's. We brought them in for context for your viewers in the countryside. So we brought them to Paraclete in St. Andrews, brought the community together, showed them how to cook oil dung, which is our national dish.
I want to do this.
Yep.
Why you don't pick me for this?
I think you need to be on the next press trip.
I'm just saying I could be representing views from AmandaLand.
Yes. Let's tie that down next year. We need to. So we showed them how to make oil dung. The community members came out in their numbers, even the people that were not a part of it, because it also spoke to rural tourism. Tourism is not just persons in the south of the island, which is where the hotel belt is. So they understood how to cook oil dung, what it entails. They got an understanding.
Well, tell them what oil dung is.
So oil dung is our national dish. It is something that is not, you have to understand how to cook it. Let's put it that way. A lot of other nationalities or a lot of other countries within the region have their own version of oil dung. But to get a true oil dung, you definitely need to come to Grenada. It entails callaloo, which is similar to spinach. It involves a lot of different meats, but over the years, we do try to create an ital pot for those persons who are vegetarians, and we create one for the meat lovers, which would involve pork, chicken, saltfish, that type of thing. But there's a particular way that you pack the pot. So you have the breadfruit at the bottom. Breadfruit is, I'm trying to see how I could describe it to your listeners.
Breadfruit it's like spongy a bit.
Large green. It looks like a large size soursop. That's probably the best way I could put it.
Texture wise, it's kind of like a potato, kind of. Is it?
Yes.
Right?
Yes. But green. Yes. So that goes at the bottom, then you pack the middle with your dumplings and you cover the top with the callaloo. It is not a meal to be stored. Do not do that. Grenadians will rebuke you. You leave it, you put your coconut milk and you leave it to simmer down. So that is, they got a taste of that. You also put your vegetables so someone talked them through that. And then you had the job masqueraders come in and teach them how to put on the oil or the charcoal, to remove it, understand the history of it. Because another thing, people come, sometimes they do understand, okay, this is the meaning of job, and they get really frustrated in the aftermath because they don't understand how to remove it. And if you don't get it off, everything in your home will be black. I kid you not. So you have to be very careful. You have to remove it. Start by removing it with a clean cloth, which makes it so much easier when you use your soap and water and whatever. Right. In the putting on, you do not apply directly to the skin. You need to use Vaseline. Some people use baby oil.
As in the video, she had put on baby oil first and then, yes.
I'll tell you what though, I try not to use baby oil. I use Vaseline, simply because when that heat hits you, you are glowing, and that baby oil interacts with the oil. It has a funny scent. So I always advise people.
I'm sure Puff Daddy would know.
So I always advise people use Vaseline. Definitely.
So there you learn that straight from a jab veteran.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. And we had the Moko Jumbies as well. They showed them how to walk on the silts. They brought the baby ones. So it was incredible. Of all the things that they experienced, they loved the fetes, they loved the Soca Monarch. But the traditional mass workshop was the hit. And it just told us that all we have to do in terms of tourism is promote what we have. We can't be everything to everybody. What we have is what we need to push. We are authentic for a reason.
You know, though, when you say promote, it's like, it's not even promoting as much as just like educating folks.
Correct.
You know, like Grenada is such a unique gem in that tourism never really became a part of our culture. Right? Like in some other places, tourism became such an integral part of the culture that it's almost as if you don't seek out the culture, the indigenous culture of that place, you would never run into it, you know?
Exactly.
Whereas in Grenada, you're going to get all of Grenada culture, no matter where you go, whether you like it or not, except for at Silver Sands, which I do not support, because it doesn't feel Grenadian.
Right.
I appreciate, though, that y'all took them to St. Andrews. Did they go up Granny Tang and all of that?
Some of them had a mini island tour. Those who came to the island for the first time, they had a mini island tour. But that traditional mass workshop was just directly to Paraclete and back.
Okay. Yeah. Now, you should know that Tornia we just get in a car and drive. So...
That is very true.
So Tanya will be like, oh, I found this place here. I found this little secret beach here. I can tell you all that any special little beach that 2 years ago, you will just pop out with a black sand beach, you know? And she was like, yeah, there's a whole black sand beach here. And I find it so awesome that you continue to rediscover Grenada. You continue to find the gems within Grenada. Can you tell also the folks about the other islands attached to Grenada, Carriacou, Petit Martinique, and, you know, just expand for them the consciousness around Grenada as an archipelago and not just as this one mainland place? And while you do that, I'm going to go get my short knee costume.
I'm so happy you brought that up, because a lot of people believe that Grenada is just one island. It is not. We are a tri-island state. Grenada is just the largest of the three. And when I say largest, just to put it in perspective, we're 133 square miles. So you could actually drive around Grenada in one day. But that doesn't mean that you should come to Grenada for a day, because you're going to miss out on so much that we have to offer. But our second largest island is Carriacou. The smallest is Petite Martinique, only about 1,000 persons. Carriacou is roughly about 8,000. Now, Carriacou is home of culture. They have done such a good job in just, the word is not promoting, but passing the culture and the traditions on to the younger generations. So there's things you'll find on Carriacou that you'll never find anywhere else in the world, not even Grenada. And I'll give you one example. Shakespeare Mass. So Carriacou, they have their own carnival. Grenada has its own carnival. Carriacou's carnival is February. But you will find Shakespeare Mass during carnival. And what that is that persons would wear a particular costume. So they're all covered, and they have a little whip. Friendly. It's a little whip. And they will recite Shakespeare poems to one another. So if you make a mistake, Amanda and I are opponents, she's reciting, she makes a mistake, I have permission to give her a little crack of the whip.
What? I didn't even know about this. Yes. This is the one that's been it's been part of UNESCO now?
Correct. So that is something I need you to get you over to see, because I'll tell you what.
Please.
It's when the children are doing it. You stand there and you listen to these kids, 7,
So
8,
are they just
9.
doing sonnets, or are they also doing like pieces from the plays?
No, they're doing pieces from the plays. And they're going back and forth with each other. And sometimes you're standing there and you're thinking, okay, they should be forgetting peace now. But they're not. And they're really, really involved. And after that, they would hug it out, and there's a ring of the bell. And so these are the things that make Karakou what it is, the Shakespeare Mass, the smoked food, because they're very big on their African ancestry and the preservation of culture, the big drum dancing and so. And then you have the tiniest island, which is Petite Martinique, big on fishing. I'll tell you a fact that most persons do not know. Most males that come from Petite Martinique, they are fishermen. And Grenada does export fish to the US because of the quality of tuna. So a lot
My
of people
mom has bought tuna from Grenada in Publix in Orlando.
There you go. There you go. So we do quite a bit of exporting of yellowfin tuna to the US, and the majority of those fishermen come from the smallest island, which is Petite Martinique. Another thing about Petite Martinique as well is they have a very unique type of wedding. So it is not the traditional wedding. It goes for days. There is the dancing of the cake. It is quite, there's a whole ritual associated with it. So big on boat building, big on culture, and very easily accessible. So if you're ever coming to Grenada, I always say, try to get to Karakou. There's so much that you could do. It's very, very quiet. So it's the perfect place to just go and rejuvenate. And then we also have those uninhabited tiny islands surrounding Karakou and Petite Martinique, like Saline Island, White Island, and people go over all the time just to swim with the turtles. They are so friendly. There's also, Amanda, I'm not sure if you didn't know about Saline Island.
I didn't know about no island with turtles.
Yes, I need to get you there.
What am I doing? What am I doing, Tons? What am I doing?
I need to get you there. Yep. It's one of the most amazing experiences, because so many persons, when they come here, especially the travel agents and so, we try to ensure that everybody who gets to Grenada through us, they get to experience Karakou and Petite Martinique. Unfortunately, we still see impacts of last year's hurricane. So even though Karakou and Petite Martinique is back up and running, it is still not at 100% where it was prior. But there are experiences that you could do. So we try to give them that nautical tour where they look at the oyster bed mangrove. They go over to Saline Island to swim with the turtles. They explore White Island. And to be honest, I'll tell you how I describe White Island. And I heard this from a visitor who was with me at the time, and it's only when he said it, my mind clicked. We're approaching White Island on this boat, and he said, oh my God, this looks like I'm looking at a postcard. And I never saw it until he said it. And that's the best way I could put it. It's like a strip of white land, and there's some palm trees, there's coconut trees, and it's so serene. The water is so clear. I'm trying to read the comments as well.
No. Well, no, because someone was saying, so she's basically telling me to go drop the coin in the places that need the coin to rebuild, right? Because a lot of that's exactly what is necessary.
Yes, correct. So
ain't no FEMA coming.
It's easy to get to. Karakou is about 2 hours away on a ferry and 20 minutes via plane. Yep, that person is correct. That's the other smaller island. So you have Isle de Kai, Frigate Island. We don't normally visit those, but they are tiny uninhabited islands that belong to the Grenadians.
But if you're going on like a boat trip with savvies or so, you would be able to hop on going.
Of course. Right. Once you tell them that's the type of tour that you want, they'll stop off. Yeah.
Because I'm overdue for that.
Yes, you are. I feel like you haven't been in a while.
To where?
To Grenada.
Tornia, I was there. What do you mean? I saw you in April.
It feels like a long time.
Because time is not real at this point.
Jeez.
And the amount of stupidness.
2 years.
No, I saw you literally 3 months ago. We had dinner. We took pictures. We bumped up in Tikal.
We did. Oh,
yes. Were you able to get the thing to the man?
I said I'm going to try today.
Oh,
let me tell you why. So after I went to see him, I had to
wait. So y'all. So there is, because we're about to have a conversation like we're not on a show. So in Grenada, we have, do I have a calabash here?
I wonder if I have one here. No.
I know. I'm like, do I have a calabash here? I have one downstairs. So when I was in Grenada, there's a calabash man and he sells these calabash, and the calabash is a gourd, and it's a wrong fruit that once it dries, you can use it as a bowl. And I had I went and bought a bunch of calabash from this man, Lloyd, in the market. And the thing about it was, he told me that he couldn't, someone had stolen his tools, and he does these really nice engravings on the calabash. And so I said, well, I'm going to bring you a set of tools. And so I sent Tornia down. So any Caribbean person knows that you always ask, well, who going down? Because you're sending it down with them, because you're not mailing things to people. So I sent Tornia down with the tools, but we have not been able to get in touch. Where is Lloyd?
So every time I go, they would say to me, oh, they don't think he's coming today. Based on this hour, if he's not here yet, he's not going to come. But I'll tell you what, though. So I gave him a pass because this is the lead up to carnival. So I said, you know what? Right. But after that, I had to travel. So I wasn't here. So now that I'm back, I'm going to go back to town to find this man.
Everything in due time. Y'all, I sent her with the picture of me and Lloyd. She had...
I walked into the market and I showed the lady a picture and I said, I'm looking for this man. What's the number of his boot? And she sent me directly there, but he wasn't there. So.
Right. So, well, tell me this. Where do you feel like tourism in the Caribbean is headed with the shifts that are taking place in the United States?
So here's what I will say. Everyone is paying attention. And I speak for all the islands. We're paying attention and we foresee that there will be shifts. Now, Grenada in particular, 55% of our arrivals come from the US. And that's a very dangerous thing when you have uncertainties. But I'll tell you what started happening already. While we are shifting some of our focus to Canada, to the rest of the Caribbean, and assessing emerging markets, budget spending, of course, we're noticing that Caribbean people are now traveling within the Caribbean a lot more.
Yes.
This is so long overdue.
Yeah, man.
So notice that shift and we're pushing in that direction. So Trinidad, Barbados, St. Lucia, St. Kitts.
Yes.
An increase right now in terms of our arrivals for this year. The Caribbean is now at number 2. So it's
what?
Canada. Yep. And I think it's similar for the other islands, because you have a lot of people who would say to you, like we did a sales mission in Trinidad, and you have visitors saying to you, well, we don't even feel like going for that visa anymore. So we're looking towards Barbados. We're looking towards Grenada. Then you have those who have the visa, but just don't feel that type of safety that they used to before. So they look at other regions, South America, as well as the Caribbean. But for us, we're paying attention to Canada because you have less Canadians traveling to the US. They're looking for other options, Dominican Republic, Puerto Rico. And we thought, why not Grenada? Let's give them another option. And then the Caribbean market. So we're pushing heavy in that direction. Not that we're neglecting the US, but we're preparing just in case, because I do foresee it taking a little bit of a dip.
Well, let me tell you all, if that is what Tornia sees, then that is what is going to happen, because Tornia is a visionary. So before people were really talking about digital marketing this and digital marketing that, Tornia was already 10 steps ahead of this. This is like back in 2008.
I remember that.
Okay. And Tornia had met up with me, and that was when I was on the internet and thing. And Tornia was working with a hotel in Grenada.
Yes.
With Koyaba, and Tornia had convinced the man at Koyaba, like, we should work with this person. She will do videos about Koyaba, and it will be a marketing thing. And people were like, what is she talking about? And then you were working with another tourism place, and Tornia was always saying we would save so much money if we really leaned into the digital marketing thing. And now here we are.
I know.
So you were 10 steps ahead. You've always been 10 steps ahead. And I'm just so glad to see that not just your brilliance in the marketing space, but also your love for Grenada gets to be in this space. Because so often on the islands, I don't know if y'all know this, but a lot of times on the islands, the head of the different tourism like the tourism organizations, the tourism departments, agencies will be from somewhere else. And so they may know a lot about like tourism and the business of tourism, but they may not necessarily be like connected to the intricacies of the island. And so it's so imperative on an island like Grenada that is so unique and not about just like, oh, come and be on a beach.
Correct.
Because the ecotourism of Grenada, like look how many things you just named in terms of the ecotourism of Grenada: swimming with a turtle, going to a waterfall, going to the rainforest.
Yep.
I mean, and then on top of that, you have Grand Anse, which really is the best beach in the Caribbean. I'm really not trying to hear anybody argue that. I'm really not trying to hear anybody argue that. So what do you feel is the most overlooked aspect of Carnival when people are coming? Like, what do you feel like is the surprise that people may not expect when they come to Carnival in Grenada?
You know what? I'll still have to go back to Juve. And I'll tell you why. So a lot of people, they come, and especially the US visitors, before they get here, they've taken care of their fancy mass packages. They've bought all the tickets for all the fetes. And then they arrive, people tell them about Juve, and then it's the highlight of their trip.
Got it.
I still believe, I shouldn't say that. Let me rephrase. I know that the uniqueness of Grenada's carnival is the traditional mass aspect. It's the jab, it's the short knee. There you go. That's a short knee costume. It is the Moko Jumbi costume. It is everything that is different that you cannot find in other places. And I know there's been other islands that would have adopted their own forms of, well, they don't call it jab, but here it's different. Here it's authentic. It has meaning, and you feel fulfilled when you're finished. That's the funny part of it. You have soca artists from other islands who come every single year. You have people who come down, they sleep on a boat. They're not even looking for accommodation. So that, I would say that's it. The traditional mass, the Juve, that's what surprises people most, how much they enjoyed after getting involved.
So y'all, please address your questions to Miss Charles. If you have any questions, please, this is now the time to drop them in the chat. So I see a lot of people that are talking about, well, Caribbean people, they disrespect Black Americans. They don't like Black Americans. Can you please, from your point of view, speak to the relationship that you would like to see between Black Americans and the Caribbean?
Well, I think saying that we don't like Black Americans is not accurate.
Right.
I'll start there. I don't feel like we've ever had an issue with Black Americans.
Well, no, Tanya, you know that there are Caribbean folks who love to say, "Oh, all your black people in America, you're lazy, you're rude, you're this, you're that. Them can't make nothing happen." Da 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 da.
I think it comes back to a level of respect. You know, when you're in the Caribbean, especially if you have not traveled, you see the world from a very different perspective. There's things that you do not deal with. You don't deal with racism. Let's start there.
Remember Tennessee?
Correct. That was very eye-opening for me.
Can you tell them about that?
Yeah, we could talk about it.
Please.
So I've always, Amanda is a friend of mine, and I always pay attention. I listen to, when she speaks on certain topics, because I'm not in the US. So there's things I learn a great deal about what's happening over there, but it's never affected me in the way that it did when I landed in Tennessee. All of a sudden, I understood what feeling on edge felt like. I understood what it meant to feel uncomfortable when you walk into a room and you are one of very few Black persons. And then I remember at the time, I think it was the day before, there was a story that came out that spoke about the police getting involved violently with a Black person. I think it was a young guy. So we don't experience those things in the Caribbean. We have our own issues, but these are not things that we've been exposed to. And I think, both sides need to approach each other with grace, because you don't know what you don't know. So Black Americans have a very different perspective as to what life is like, and so do we. But at the same time, it doesn't give us the excuse to disrespect one another or stay ignorant, because the resources are there. I mean, we're on the internet all day doom scrolling, literally. So we may as well scroll for the right reasons. What I will say as well, especially in terms of Grenada, I know there's a lot of persons who would have left Grenada, migrated to the US, Canada, UK, and after a while, some of them do forget where they come from. So I think that upsets a lot of persons who remain at home, because it seems like all of a sudden you've forgotten this is the way we've done things before. When you speak a certain way and you act like you've never been exposed to this, you've never been exposed to the challenges of living on an island, that's the things that would upset people. So I think we need to look at it from different perspectives and understand why people speak the way they speak and the place where they're coming from.
There you have it, y'all. There you have it. It's both of us, all of us, because we all take blows from these white people. All of us have taken blows from the colonizer. It's just a matter of, did we get hit with a bat or did we get hit with a cricket bat? Okay? Here's a cricket bat right here. Okay, baseball bat or cricket bat. That's basically the difference. So we have some questions. You ready?
Mm-hmm.
All right. The first question is, Miss Charles, what is your favorite tradition to partake in when Grenada Carnival celebrations are happening on the islands, and why? Now, I could tell y'all, my guess, can I guess?
You can.
I feel like it may have to do with Carriacou, because I know you really love Carriacou, but then you really love Jab. You really love Jab. Let me tell y'all, one time Tornia had me pre-carnival in the monk. I don't even know where we were. I don't know where the road was, but we were in some behind God's back party, and they were serving a fish stew at the party, and that's how you know it's Grenada.
Yes, we went to, and I'll answer the question with that. So in terms of, if you're talking carnival, it would definitely be Jab, hands down. We were at a place called Jab Jab Village in Mondelez.
Okay.
So there is a gentleman by the name of Stephen Jacob. I always give him a shout out. His nickname is Slum.
Nice.
He is known for being the real Jab Jab King in Grenada. Yeah. So he had this place called Jab Jab Village, and I thought, you know what? Let's go, Amanda. And that was the lead up to Carnival. So to answer your question, definitely Juve if you're talking about Grenada's Carnival. And for the same reasons I mentioned, you're playing it with a purpose and you feel so fulfilled, but it is so authentic. It is solely Grenada's and it is authentic. So you feel so proud when you do it. So that's my reason.
All right. Next question. Ebony Jenkins 5742 says, my question is, why is it that some people in the Caribbean are upset that Black Americans are coming to the carnivals and participating in everything, including Pretty Mas? I can tell you the answer to that.
I would say to that, I don't think that Caribbean people are upset that Black Americans are coming to play Carnival. I think people get upset when it becomes watered down.
Yeah.
And it becomes something it's not. And I'll give you an example because that's been a conversation in Grenada as well.
Okay.
So traditionally, you have Monday night mass. So just to give the viewers some perspective, the listeners, on Carnival
Just viewers
Monday,
and listeners.
Right. Yeah. So on Carnival Monday, you have Juve. Monday night, historically, you play Monday night mass. It's a t-shirt mass. Same street parade, much longer, big bands. And lately we've seen it shifting. So people are now playing with what looks like a bodysuit. Things like that would upset locals on an island. So it's not just participation. It's when people infuse their own
version.
Correct. I think that's where it comes from.
So can you explain what a t-shirt mass is?
So people, there is normally a branded sponsor. So let's say Carib, which is a bear here. Carib would have their band. And if you play with Carib, you get a package. Let's say you pay 100 EC dollars. You have the branded t-shirt. You could use whatever bottom portion you like. But you have, most times, you have something that's illuminated because it's nighttime. So from above, you have a long street that is just heavily lit. And you're behind a music truck. You get drinks and whatnot. And it's soca music. So everybody is jumping and dancing for extended periods, I will say.
Yes.
Yeah. So that would be my answer to that question.
Okay. So that is really the same feeling that Black folks have with appropriation. It really is just the failure to be a part of and uphold versus trying to rewrite in its own way. And that is not a Black American thing. That's just an American thing. Like, we just have a habit of carrying forth this colonizer behavior. And I don't think enough of us want to admit that we can be both victims of colonizers as well as perpetuators of it. And we have to be conscious, particularly when so many of y'all are considering moving out of the United States, right? And moving to other nations. There is an awareness that needs to be had about what culture are you coming into and how are you not only preserving that culture, but how are you adding, to that culture without disrupting it, right? So that's like a very real thing. Okay, so let me get one more question. Hold on. Oh, we have two more. Okay. Sarah says, Miss Charles, as I'm sure you know, being gay in the world is illegal in many countries. So my question is, would it be safe for gay people to visit Grenada?
Okay, good question. It is still illegal here in Grenada, but it is still safe in that Grenada is not a homophobic country as relative to some other countries that I won't name.
Uganda.
Well, there you go. Right. So if you understand what I mean, because I really want to be clear. So it is illegal, but you're not going to be violently attacked because, let's face it, there are Grenadians who are gay. Let's put it that way. Yeah.
Yeah. So there you go. So, one of the things that we also have to remember is that different places have different customs.
Correct.
You go to Dubai and you're not married, they're not letting you stay in the same room together. And the truth of this is that it doesn't make it okay, but we need to know the laws of different lands and we need to understand them, whether we like them or not, if that's where we're going. Because that's another thing that I think a lot of times happens with folks. And they're like, well, this isn't right. And it's like, no, it's not, but it's what it is until it isn't. So as a Grenadian American, I will tell you, I don't agree with that. And it's some bullshit. And it's a leftover from colonization. Let me just put that on record. Okay. Last question. Miss Charles, what is a traditional breakfast in Grenada, especially if we get it up 4 a.m. for jab? Jacks. Bakes and saltfish.
Bakes and saltfish, cocoa tea with some jacks. I'll explain what that means. Cocoa tea is basically hot chocolate, but the way we do it is because we produce a lot of chocolate on island, organic chocolate. So there's no.
Wait, I just need you to pause for a second. So, Nalanda, are you Grenadian? Because this is a Grenadian right here. I cannot stand that you all behave this way. We have an expert right here who's telling you what it is, and you're saying that's not safe for our homosexual brothers and sisters. For the record, the United States is also not safe for our homosexual brothers and sisters. The United States isn't even safe for women who are able to get pregnant. So please stop with this projection. We're telling you what it is. We know very well that there are laws that exist on the books that don't exist in culture and society. We understand this. We know this is the way it happens all over. And I would appreciate if you would not disrespect my guest with stating what you think versus what they know. Okay, so what were you saying about the cocoa tea?
Right. So in essence, it's hot chocolate, but Grenada produces what you call cocoa balls, and you would find it in other islands, but we produce so much cocoa. Just for context, we're known as the Isle of Spice. We produce so much cocoa that we have 5 chocolate factories on island. So what you do is you take those cocoa balls, immerse it in hot water, add your bay leaves, add your cinnamon, your nutmeg, etc., and it produces a tea.
You know what? I realize I'm not adding bay leaf.
That's
what I'm missing.
It would give you a little oomph.
That's what I'm missing, because when I go to Grenada, y'all, I always make sure to come home with my authentic spices. They've grown it up. You know that this was prepared not by a whole factory, but by a person.
Correct. Just don't use too much because it's strong.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So that's your drink in the morning. And then you have your bakes, which is a breaded. Actually, I'm not even sure how to. It's not bread.
Well, it is. It's fried. It's flour. It's fried flour.
There you go. It's fried flour. You split it in the middle, and you have your saltfish with tomatoes, lettuce, whatever you want to call it. And then you have fried jacks, which is basically small grains of fish. And that's your traditional breakfast. If you want, you could add fried breadfruit, fried breadfruit slices as well. That will hold you up if you need to consume any alcohol, especially that morning.
Grenada is also known for an extremely high alcohol content.
Correct.
At one point, Grenada was like number 3 in the world for alcohol consumption. Not something I'm proud of.
Correct.
And we also have 80 proof alcohol, like casually. Like that's like the casual.
It is not something that you're allowed to travel with, but you do find it on island. Yes.
There you go. So, Tons, I gotta tell you, I am so glad that we were able to do this and we were able to just give some love and light to Jab Jab, because as we are seeing, you know, it's going viral. Right? Like I mean, it's become a real thing. I now have people sending me videos like, is this Grenada? Have you done this before? You know, and I said, you know what, let me get Tornia, who has the knowledge, to come on here and really share with the people. So is there any final message you would like to send to those who are interested in coming down to the Spice Island?
Of course. So like I said, Grenada is 3 islands. It is the place that you come for rejuvenation and healing. So don't expect a lot of crowds. We are not a Dominican Republic.
No.
We don't have crowded beaches. You won't find any extreme high rises. You won't find massive hotel chains like a Marriott or a Hilton. We are not that type of place. We are what you call the true Caribbean. So we're still in it. We're still in our authentic state. You will still see a donkey cart every now and again. So if that's the type of experience that you want, please. And feel free to reach out to me. You'll find me on Instagram or LinkedIn. You could also reach out to the Tourism Authority if you feel like you have any questions when you're coming. Yes, add Grenada to your bucket list. My email address is tcharles@puregrenada.com, and you can find me on Instagram. Unfortunately, I think my name is still spelt incorrectly there, but it is.
It is Tanya. And I remember being like, why is she Tanya here? And I was like, maybe I've been pronouncing Tanya name wrong the whole time. What is it on? What's your IG?
It's TONYA_Charles. If you search my name, you'll still find me, but that's the handle.
So there y'all go. Don't say I ain't never connect y'all with nobody. We got Tanya Charles. Thank you so much, Tons. I hear FedEx calling, so let me go down and get my package. And you have a fabulous rest of the day. Doug and Greens.
Thank you for having
me. Oh man, y'all, that's so awesome. I'll be right back. Woo! Man, that was neat, right, guys? That was neat. To everybody still over here on Instagram, come on over to YouTube, Amanda Seals TV. We are now in the 4th hour. Can't nobody say that I don't have performer stamina. Can't nobody. I can't hit that tennis ball more than 5 times in a rally. However, but to continue the conversation around, you know, being gay in other places, one thing I will also tell you about Grenada is ain't nobody really minding your business. Like, I can be famous in Grenada. And I don't have to, you know, consider my, I don't have to consider like being watched, or I don't have to feel like I am being, I don't know, like targeted, or, you know, that I can like just mind my business. And even if people do recognize me, they just say, you know, oh, Amanda, you know, I'm a fan and thing. And then they just move on. But what I will say is that when we have guests on who are asked the definitive question, and they give a definitive answer, and then you are in a chat and you are not in the, like, you do not have the information or the experience to undermine what they're saying, you are being disrespectful. And maybe you don't know that, but that is actually disrespectful. And I think that's what a lot of this internet does, is it makes everyone feel like their opinion matters, or that their opinion is valid. And the truth is that sometimes, no, your opinion isn't valid. And the other thing is that a lot of y'all forget that what you are writing is being read simply as what you're writing. We don't know you. We can't hear you. None of that is involved. So mean what you say when you write it. And so the truth is, if you want to say, well, I would feel like it is not, then you need to say that. But when you speak in declaratives that counter what a person who actually lives the experience is saying, and you don't have that experience, you are being disrespectful. We need to be much better at being curious. We need to be much better at understanding the difference between our experience and our opinion around theory, around fact. You know, I saw the incredible Joy James last week in Brooklyn, and she was talking about how, you know, she lived a life where she was doing a lot of work, where she was working in organizing, and she was working in, militarized spaces. And she had traveled to war zones, and she had seen a lot of real things. In contrast, she was also saying that she has worked with a lot of academics who form their ideas, their opinions, their thoughts based on theory. And sometimes, though it may add up in the book, it don't really add up in real life. And she was saying, you know, that has kind of been a point of contention sometimes, where folks will be like, no, this is this is that, da, da, da. And she's like, yeah, but I've been over there. And even though on paper it looked like that, in real life, it don't look like that. And, that is something that we all have to kind of like keep room for, right? And sometimes that's in a positive way, sometimes it's in a negative way, but altogether, we have to continue to just get a much stronger handle on etiquette in this internet space, because the goal of this internet space is for us not to respect each other. The goal of this internet space is actually to continue to push toxicity, because it creates more engagement than positivity. I see this all the time with my videos, and because it remains a source for ad dollars. So they're watching you fight, which is what I was telling the people on Surrounded. Like, we're sitting here and y'all are like fighting with me. And they didn't air this part, but I said, y'all are like fighting with me. And to be quite honest, I'm not fighting with you. I love you. I don't want to argue with you, but I'm not going to let you sit here and spit falsehoods to me that are not only denigrating to me, but to yourself. And I'm sure as hell not okay with doing that in front of these people who are not even Black. What do we look like? Get out of here. Like, cut it out. You know, and so like, if you watch the whole show, you'll see by the end that it's like, they wasn't really as turned up. And they don't show this, but before each person comes to the mic, they pretend that they're running. Like, they're not actually running. Like, it's like a determined person who's going to go, and then they like pretend like they're going to go. I guess I just like spilled the beans. But so on that regard, by the last claim, they were like, who else wants to go? And people was like, nah, I'm good. Folks was like, nah, I'm chilling. Nah, I'm chilling. Yeah, I'm good. It's fine. So, Yeah. And remember, if you want to watch my commentary on the Surrounded, apparently it was really good. So shout out to my commentary, and you can become a subscriber at Patreon, and you can join the SEAL Squad, which is $5, as well as getting the Surrounded commentary. And you'll also get access to the other dope things that we have going on at Patreon. So on Saturday, we are actually going to be doing a live taping of a new project that I am developing called Dolly's Radical Readers. I talked about it earlier on the show, so make sure you go and check that out. Side note, is anyone down to timestamp the show? Is there anyone here who's willing to timestamp the show so that I can pin it to the top of the comments? Because now that the show is 4 hours, it does need to be timestamped. And every week I tell myself that I'm going to do it, and then I never get around to it. So if there's anybody that wants to be a part of that role, you know that you're already going to rewatch it anyway, so it's not going to be like an extra part of your day or time. That would be really, really helpful. So I just wanted to throw that out there. All right, let's get into our critical thinking exercise. Let's get All right. So before I went on break in July, I gave the SEAL Squad an assignment. All right. And I said, write a paragraph or submit a 3-minute video, identify the problem, the people, what did they do to challenge it, and what solution was established. Because I want us to get better at being able to identify a problem and then going to the root. So a lot of us feel like we're doing something, but we're talking at a level that's not going to really create real change. I would say that even the fact that people are still crossing their fingers about the Democrats means that they have not done enough immersion into the true inner workings of the United States government to understand that it would actually be counterintuitive to the Democrats to then create change. Because the change that's needed would render them essentially irrelevant in this current state of affairs. So you guys are super dope because we thought that only one person had submitted a solution, and we were absolutely incorrect. Okay. There were actually multiple people that had submitted solutions. Now, normally I am able to go through everybody's and, basically sift out whose is dope, whose is not. But we did have only a few. We had 5 of the solutions. And so that made it possible for me to be able to actually just like look at the solutions in real time. And there was only, to my knowledge, one video. No. There was the Green Belt Movement. So we do have another video, but for the most part, it's all written. So we are going to take a look at your fellow AmandaLanders and their assignments. So let's be respectful. Let's be helpful. And let's not be critical. Okay. So let's take a look at Kristen G. Kristen G. Hold on. Let's let it upload. All right. Kristen G's assignment of a community that identified a problem and created a solution. Residents of the Alms reclaimed their home. In 2015, residents of Alms Apartments in Cincinnati, Ohio, began fighting for better living conditions under a decade of neglect. They formed the Alms Resident Association, ARA, and sent a demand letter to HUD, the city council, management, and owners. Despite this, conditions worsened over the following months, and a city inspection later found 1,800 violations, leading to the building being declared a public nuisance and placed into receivership. The residents worked with the Legal Aid Society of Greater Cincinnati to hold the owners accountable and push for repairs. Although some repairs were made, HUD sent a false abatement notice to the Legal Aid Society, claiming the owner couldn't restore the apartments. The real plan was to demolish the buildings for gentrification. Residents and the Legal Aid Society sued HUD over improper procedures. After an injunction, HUD offered to rescind the abatement if they dropped the lawsuit. The building was eventually sold to a buyer willing to invest $8 million in repairs. The residents continued their fight despite strong opposition. When they faced neglect and invisibility, organizations like the Legal Aid Society of Greater Cincinnati and the Greater Cincinnati Homeless Coalition helped them gain visibility and push their cause. So I think this is a great example. So shout out to Kristen, because this is an example of, actually, let me ask you all. So what do you feel, what is this an example of in terms of creating solution? Tell me how you feel this community created solution. What did they put in motion? What did they utilize? How did they, as a community, challenge and create solution? Shout out to Kristen. Yes. Come through, Kristen. So Ray said holding property owners accountable. Holding property owners accountable. Absolutely. That is definitely one of the ways that they did that. Now, while I'm waiting for you guys to give your suggestions as well, I think that this is really a great example of identifying your resources, and you use their collective bargaining power. Can somebody please put in the chat, what is collective bargaining power? What is collective bargaining power? Let's put that in the chat. Ray says they aligned as residents for improvements. This is another example of collective bargaining power. The operative word here being aligned, right? Now, we just had Eric Morrison Smith and David Turner, Dr. David Turner III on the show last week, and they were talking about coalition building and saying that not only is it necessary, but it is difficult. They talked about how it requires there being a connectivity, that it requires there being, an actual rapport building. Well, what better rapport building than we all live here and we all taking an L? And Hema says community unions. Melissa says challenging the corruption of HUD and using law to protect those most vulnerable. One of the things so frustrating around the current administration is their complete disregard for the law. And even though we know that the law and the justice system has not been used to help the poor Black and brown communities, we do know that if you can get enough muster, if you have enough patience, there are times where you can push through. And these people were able to do that. Rolando said the power is with the people. They knew it, and they made sure that they, all caps, knew it. We asked what collective bargaining is. What if _IAM says ability of organized workers to influence their employers' decisions regarding wages, benefits, and working conditions through a united voice and organized actions. So what this is it's sometimes a formal union or an informal union. So for instance, down south, you have what is their names? The Union for United Workers. Damn it. Hold on one second. Because I went and worked with them. I am blanking right now, but there is an organization down south that is not a formal union only because the legislators will not allow for it to happen. However, because of their collectiveness, they are able to use their connection to essentially push for legislation in numbers. All right. And I think that that is so necessary. I also think it's necessary to just remove this person who wants to be, who just wants to be a nuisance. And I'm like, I don't know. The impertinence of some of you is really honestly shocking to me, because there's a level of entitlement that some of you all have to these spaces on the internet, where you feel like you have to be heard, you must be heard, you deserve to be heard. And I just want you to know that no, that you don't. You don't. This is not I am not a forum for for the constituency that voted me in office. I am not. And if I disagree with you, you have every right to leave. You have every right to unfollow. However, when you continue to center yourself and make the show about you, it really says a lot about your ego. And it says that you are simply just committed to the fact that you feel like what you need, what you've said, is more important than anything else. It's really not. You were addressed and it was moved on. It's not the Southern Workers Assembly, but it is the Southern Workers. It might be. It might be. So let's get into another assignment, because you guys are super dope and you turned in your assignments. Let's check out. Hold on. Let me get to this, because I have a feeling you did. Y'all did do that. Okay. So y'all turned in docs. Okay. So hold on. I want to just change. I'm going to have to do something real quick here to make this able to be seen on screen. Just give me 2.2 seconds. All right. And thank you all for following directions and just keeping it to a paragraph and to 3 minutes. All right. So our next example, our next assignment that was turned in is going to be coming from Rachel. Hold on. Let me remove this from the screen. All right. Mental health crisis in Durham County. In our community, we have a problem of having high volume of mental health crisis 911 calls. We heard about a program in other cities that assists in mental health non-emergency 911 calls. The top 2 issues that have been received through the non-emergency line are and have consistently been individuals facing homelessness, as well as mental health crises, including housing, suicide, abuse situations, welfare checks, as well as many other types of behavioral health matters. In the summer of 2022, we started the solution of what we call the HEART program in Durham County. HEART stands for Holistic Empathetic Assistance Response Team. Ooh, what a solid acronym. Which is made up of bilingual, licensed mental health care workers. After the on-site visit, the individuals that dealt with the mental crisis will get a follow-up call after the incident. This program has positively impacted our neighbors by de-escalating violent behaviors, housing issues resolved, community members' billings issues resolved, which cause less stress on individuals, emotional support was received, etc. Fabulous. Fabulous. It's no surprise that Rachel Porter is also like going to divinity school. I really think that this is such a beautiful example also of the community saying we see a problem and it's all of our responsibility. Can anyone else tell me other things that they've gleaned, that they pulled from this example? Because what we're watching here is really such a very clear identifying of a problem and creating a solution. But there's a very particular aspect that I want to see if you guys are going to pick up on that is really present in this example. So let's see. I'm going to give you all some music to think about it. So we've got folks that are definitely pointing out that this is an incredible way to just say we don't need the police. Not in this way. But that's actually not what I was going to go for. What I really like about this is that they went outside of their community to see what other places are doing to solve the same issue. I think so often we stay siloed, right? And we say, oh, we can't fix this because it's never been fixed before. Well, maybe it wasn't fixed in your city before. However, there are other places where it absolutely may have been fixed. And those places may not even be in the United States. And so often we have our blinders on. And we really can talk ourselves into a defeatist mindset that says, well, because it wasn't done before, or because it wasn't successful before, then it can't be done again. When the truth is, we have such an expansive wealth of opportunity and examples just by nature of having Wi-Fi. You may say, well, okay, I can only look at places that speak English. And that's simply not the case. Like, the fact that they have bilingual folks expands that network even more, right? So I think that this is a really great way of also approaching problems and not necessarily simply looking at the way that it's been dealt with in your vicinity, but also making sure to remember that you have such a wide perimeter to look for. And yes, as Firefight said, the police are definitely not siloed. You hear me? All right, let's take another writer. This is coming from Rayanne. All right. Emergency response rooms, ERRs. And you also know Rayanne as Freedom for Sudan. So the problem, she points out, is that the war that erupted in Sudan in April 2023 left its people abandoned without food, medicine, or a functioning state. The solution: ERRs became Sudan's grassroots lifeline, with self-organized networks delivering aid, healthcare, and justice where all other institutions failed. We don't wait for permission to save lives. If the world won't act, we become the world. Anonymous ERR volunteer from Bahri, Khartoum. So here's what she writes out. When war broke out between Sudan's army, the SAF, and the paramilitary, the RSF, in April 2023, the country's already weak institutions collapsed. This deliberate stranding of civilians in Khartoum and across the nation cut off access to food, medicine, and safe shelter. By the end of 2024, 25 million people faced starvation, hospitals had collapsed, and the conflict had reignited genocide in Darfur. Amidst this immense suffering and mass displacement, ERRs emerged as critical heroes. The Sudanese people refused to surrender to warlords or failed aid systems. Drawing on their experience from the 2019 revolution, youth-led resistance committees transformed into more than 700 ERRs, local connected networks that became essential lifelines. Volunteers smuggled supplies through front lines, ran underground clinics, and even created local currencies as the banking system had vanished. That's nuts. In Omdurman, an ERR bakery fed 5,000 people daily under relentless shelling. In Khartoum, they mapped escape routes and documented war crimes to raise global awareness. The ERRs did not just deliver aid. They effectively replaced the state. They restored water pumps, organized burials, and crowdfunded support through vast diaspora networks. Despite over 100 volunteers killed by mid-2024, their story stands as a blueprint for communities facing state collapse. When institutions fail, the people can rebuild them from the ground up. I don't know about y'all, but I'm learning so much from you all. I love that you all are able to teach each other in this way and teach me. And this last line, when institutions fail, the people can rebuild them from the ground up. You know, this is, Rayanne, this was such a necessary reminder. And it actually speaks to what I was just saying with the creation of Heart. You know, so often people in America, people in the United States simply don't want to listen to the suggestions of other people from other countries around what we can do. And don't get me wrong, sometimes it's done in a fashion that is simply not indicative of respect or regard. And it's really seen with like a certain belittlement. And that's not what I'm talking about. However, what I am talking about is like how, you know, we can look to other places that have gone through things that we may not have a fresh knowledge about and learn. Like during the Ferguson riots, they were on with the cats in Gaza who are telling them what to do when they get tear gas in their eyes, etc. This right here, these ERRs, also, I would love to hear from you guys what it brought to you, because I'll sit here and monopolize the conversation, but I would love to hear what it brought to you, the presence of these ERRs, because I know that one thing that it brought to me was the true enactment of just the human ability to adapt. The human ability to adapt. So Zulia Salazar says we need ERR in Palestine from all surrounding countries to Palestine, and we could donate food, clothes. Well, I think, you know, the reality is that the surrounding countries are complicit, and the borders, they have tunnels, you know, that were used in the past, but I don't know if those tunnels are even still available with all of the shelling. Janet says that's exactly what we need to establish in the United States. We need to cut our reliance on oligarchy to sustain our needs and figure out how to be community self-reliant. Yes, that is honestly the most revolutionary thing you could do right now. Is figure out how to say F you. I don't even need your shit. I don't even need it. We good. We got this. The problem is that, you know, it's going to take us getting over each other, getting over ourselves. It's going to take us getting over our fear of strangers. It's going to take us being willing to share, etc. And Aaliyah points out that this is also the human ability to act. And that's what this assignment is really all about. Identifying a problem, but then acting to challenge it and to hopefully establish a solution. Because so often you give up before you begin, right? You give up before you begin. And when we look at the communities in Central Texas, in the Appalachians that have been ravaged by storms and flooding and have been left abandoned by their constituencies and by the federal government, we understand that this is a real thing that's coming to everybody. Okay? Golden One says all of this is proof that things can be done outside and or without government and still succeed. It was always about and should continue to be about people helping people. Adrian adds, we need to share resources. People are so afraid of scarcity. Look at the toilet paper madness at the beginning of the pandemic. Whitewater says, we have to be willing to be uncomfortable to work for the bigger solution. L.E. Jackson 0910 says, we can always find ways and maintaining the ability to sustain these actions. It's humanity. It's humanity. Shout out to everybody who's been dropping supers in the chat. Remember, I do this for free. Your supers help to support the work that I'm doing and help to advance the ability to do more work. DJ Bless says, it reminded me of an organization in Detroit called Enjoy Detroit, who is community-based and to this day is still in the streets. And I like this one, Tyrone. We don't need to wait for the New Year's to make a resolution. Okay. All right now. Now let's get into the only video submission that we had this go round, besides Adrian's. All right. So that's why I said this go round. Hello, Amanda. Get it together. All right. Let's talk about the green belt movement.
In 1977, Kenya was losing its forests and women were losing their rights. But one woman, Wangari Maathai, sparked a movement. She led rural women to plant millions of trees, restoring the land and reclaiming power. This became the Green Belt movement. It wasn't just about the environment, it was about empowering women and protecting their future. As the movement grew, it stood for justice and democracy. The impact: over 50 million trees, major policy shifts, and Maathai became the first African woman to win the Nobel Peace Prize. When we plant trees, we plant hope. The Green Belt movement, where planting trees meant planting change.
Best. You guys are the best. I don't even understand. You guys are the best. And let me pat myself on the back for creating this space for us to exist in. Wow. Wow. Thank you for that submission, Corinne Stevie. Thank you for that submission. Now, can y'all tell me why this particular submission stands alone? Tell me now, what is something about this particular submission that we need to make sure to amplify? Because I got it already. All right, so we've got some suggestions. Rolando said outside the country. So yes, that is a great one. This is in Kenya. So Jambo. Hakuna Matata. What a wonderful phrase. Hakuna Matata. By the way, when you listen to this week's episode of Small Doses Podcast, I want you to know that I found out that basically every character in The Lion King, their name is the name of their animal in Kenya's language. Yeah. So there's that. I was like, wait, what? And they were like, yeah, Jambo, which is Swahili for hello. Simba is Swahili for lion. Pumbaa is Swahili for warthog. Timon is apparently Swahili for meerkat. There we go, Kristen! Kristen wins the chat today. Kristen won the chat. That is what I was looking for, Kristen. What made it so unique, what made Corinne's submission so unique was that it was environmental based. Yes, it is environmental based. And so often we are forgetting the two things that I feel like we forget the most from our organizing, our activism, our radicalism is environment and the disabled. Environment and the disabled. Those are the two aspects that I feel like we leave out so often in our activism and organizing and what's the word I'm looking for? And resistance. However, those are two things that affect everybody because you can get disabled in the flash of an eye. All of us know somebody who is disabled. And of course, the environment is literally where we live. So thank you, Corinne. You said you wanted to take a different direction. Baby, you took it. You took us there. And I appreciate you. Miquan says, just saw a beautiful movie called ASOG about the effects of Typhoon Yolanda. Now, by the way, a typhoon is the same as a hurricane. It's just that below the southern hemisphere, In the southern hemisphere, they call it a typhoon. In the northern hemisphere, they call it a hurricane. Just saw a beautiful movie called ASOG about the effects of Typhoon Rolanda in the Philippines and how the community has risen up to fight for their land from developers stealing it, which we know is about to happen in Pasadena and Altadena since the fires. And I am going to look for it. All right. We're going to look for ASOG. Maybe it's something we can watch as a watch with me on Patreon. So, I think that this was really a great assignment. Like, you guys just did such a fabulous job. So much so that I would like to keep this going. I would love for, if you guys now feel inspired, especially now that you've seen examples of the assignment, I would love for you all to consider submitting. Like maybe Rolando can just try one more again. Because Rolando, we provided you a new link because we had the wrong folder before. All right? So that is what that is about. But I would love to have more of you guys, now that you've seen examples, step forward in this, because this is an ongoing, like, I think we should do this weekly. Yes, I can change. I did change the permissions, Sandy. I got to change them again then. Hold on. I'm right here right now. So let me just change it. Hold on. Okay, I thought I could do it fast, but I need to poke around to figure out what I need to do. So you guys, thank you again for your submissions. And I really, really would love to see you. I hope that there's more that we can promote, that we can share, because it was really, really great. So apparently it wasn't able to submit. That's probably my fault. So I will correct that. Okay. And in the meantime, in between time, let's revisit our bonus question. Bonus question. Bonus question. Bonus question. Bonus question. All right. So this week's bonus question asks you, what is a country that you want to learn more about? What is a country that you want to learn more about? Of course, this is in the context of the fact that so many of us have been misled about countries around the world by our United States teachings, especially if you grew up in Europe. That is also a reality for you. So what is a country that you would like to learn more about, and why? Why? Is it because you want to move there? Is it because you want to dedoctrinate yourself? Is it because you have a partner who's from there? Are you trying to get a partner from there? You know about me in Korea. So that's the bonus question for this week. What is a country you'd like to learn more about, and why? And why? Because it really is important that we expand our consciousness beyond these U.S. borders. It is absolutely imperative. If we don't do it, we are only hurting ourselves. The bonus question is, what is a country you'd like to learn more about, and why? Now, don't forget, after the show, we will have our after show chat. It is the after show kickback on Patreon. You have to join Patreon. It is $5 a month for you to be a part of the after show kickback, where we talk about the show, the episode, you guys were on Zoom and we discuss, just what we are thinking, what we learned, what we didn't learn, etc. Also, you can get that with that $5 subscription. You're going to get access to watch the Watch With Me Surrounded episode.
I walked in, I literally heard some people go, "Oh, dang." This whole debate with many of these people, with all of these people, is like me stating facts and then them stating their opinion about what they think about Black people. That's a grown ass man. That's just rude. I'm telling you, I'm watching this for the first time. This man made a choice to put this vagina hair on his face. I feel like, would the kids say I ate?
So make sure to join my Patreon. It's very basic, patreon.com/Amanda Seals. And you can get a chance to check out all of that. All right. Now, I see some of you guys putting the countries that you want to learn more about here in this chat, but essentially this question should be answered after the show in the comments. That's what helps to push the algorithm. It creates engagement, and it also makes it so that this is really a hub and a space for intellect. We have a lot of trolls that have found themselves in here because of my appearance on Surrounded, and they just need to be drowned out. You know, I'm not even telling you to respond to them. We just need to drown them out. I see them so busy. And that is really just letting you know that I did something. I triggered them. And when you do that, you did that. AmandaLand. PSA. So I was asked recently to join a space that is really for organizers and folks that are really looking to lead. And I had to be honest and say, to be true, I actually don't look to lead in the traditional sense, right? I did an episode of Funky Dineva's show, and him and I were talking about, it's going to come out today. And him and I were talking about the fact that there really is like a constant effort or like an expression from folks that they want a leader. Now, by the way, folks say they want a leader and then they do everything in their power to defame, discredit, and deplatform said leaders. But nonetheless, the idea of a leader is something that we have seen, you know, mentioned and expressed and desired for quite some time. But what I think is that we have to consider leadership in a different way, like not just militarily, right? I think that is absolutely necessary. But there's also going to have to be a different way that we think about ourselves that I believe is going to make us even possible to give space to a leader. So right now, I think that there is a really big, deep distrust that most of us have in ourselves. And that allows us, that disallows us to be able to trust anyone else. I see so many people who are projecting on a regular basis. And you really come to see that that's really just them afraid of themselves. That's really them afraid of what they may be expected to do or what they know that they don't feel incapable of doing. And we have to become leaders of our own souls. You see, once you're a leader of your own soul, you know that when you're following somebody, they're not leading you. You've made a choice. You've made a choice to say, I trust this person until further notice, right? I've made a choice that I trust in because I trust myself. Why do you trust yourself? Because you know that you've done the work to work on your own traumas, to do your own research and the topics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And right now, we are no longer in spaces where we are just agricultural communities trying to just plant seeds and sow them. No, we are in the information age. So we have all this information and many of us lacking the ability to even process it properly. However, we will still look at someone who is able to process it properly and try to correct them and try to tell them they don't know what they're talking about. Even though we know we don't know what we're talking about. We haven't even done the work to do so. So what I'm doing as a leader is, I hope, leading you all to lead yourself. And being a leader for yourself does not mean you have to be the one at the front. It does not mean that you have to be the one to throw the first stone. But what it does mean is that you are confident enough in yourself to make choices that are best for what you understand yourself to exist in. You're able to say, I need help. You're able to say, I need to apologize. You're able to say, I need to read up on that. You're able to say, you know what? I've stated my point and there's nothing else for me to do. And so when we talk about leadership, I want us to get out of just thinking of it in solely one context. So often our idea of leadership is based upon an imperialist idea of a queen, a monarch, right? Some militarist idea of a captain, of a corporal, an admiral, of a general. We are often thinking of leadership solely in hierarchies. And the truth is, we are all individual souls moving on this weird planet through this uncertain life. And I believe that the certainty that so many of us are seeking in having a leader tell us what to do, we must first find in ourselves before we're able to even be effective at following the leader. Follow the leader.
PSA.
Hey, come on now. Let's do it. Show your love. Show your love. This is that part of the show where you drop your supers. Show your love. Woo, not that note. Show your love. I said, shout out to my homeboy, Jeff, yeah. Shout out to Tornia, yeah. This show was full of knowledge and stuff you won't learn in college. And then we went to the islands to learn about the Greensman. Jab, jab, posse, we in a deep place. Jab, jab, posse, all up in your face. Show your love, show your love, show your love. I said, show your love. Hey, jab, jab, posse, jab, jab, posse. Carnival queen in the building. Y'all, it's been a real one, man. It's been a real one. I'm already taking off my headphones. I don't even know what I'm doing. Shout out to everybody for joining us here. It's been a great day, and I truly appreciate you. And, here, Views for AmandaLand is where we are every Wednesday, 10 a.m. Eastern, waking up on the right side of history. Please consider subscribing to my Patreon. If you ordered Fascists Are Not Your Friends shirts, they are going to start shipping out this week. They are literally downstairs in my living room right now. So I'm going to start packaging them up today. And I also want to remind you guys that Tornia did give you her information. So instead of hitting me up and asking me to provide you an itinerary in Grenada, which drives me absolutely batty, I know it's coming from love. Y'all are just like, I just want to connect with you, Amanda, on this Grenada thing. Instead, you have got the head of marketing and sales for the Grenada Tourism Board. Okay? You now have her direct line. So hit her up. I said, hit her up. So your Fascists Are Not Your Friends shirts are coming out this week. Your Surrounded shirts are coming out next week. And right now, unfortunately, Jack's not. The Fascists Are Not Your Friends shirts are not on the exports website, but you can still get other stuff. And I have a new drop coming, but first I got to get these out the door. Now, I would consider doing a SEAL Squad Grenada trip if someone planned it. If someone who was like skilled at planning trips could work with Tornia to plan it. So all I got to do is show up, because that's one thing I'm not going to do. One thing I'm not going to do is plan it, y'all. No. You're going to have to get your own. I am not sure if there's any more chairs left for the summit. However, there are going to be 2 events that are available for you guys at the summit for the public. And they're going to be ticketed events, and the money will be split between me and the TPF. Now, I have not broke even for the summit yet. For the AmandaLand summit, y'all, I have not broke even yet. And that's something I would really like to do. I still need $5,000 more to break even for the AmandaLand summit. So you can donate at the AmandaLand Summit site. Just go to amandaseals.com and click on the AmandaLand Summit, and there's a button right there for you to donate. So hopefully you guys will show your love and support. If some of y'all are wondering what the hell is the AmandaLand Summit, let me get into that before I go. Okay? So the AmandaLand Summit is a project that I'm putting together because of you all, the AmandaLanders. And I'm really proud of what we have put together. AmandaLand Summit is going down September 19th to the 21st in New York City. And we are providing folks the opportunity to come together and be in community in real life. I know we got our community thing going on here at the AmandaLand Views for AmandaLand show, but why not get together in person and hang out? So we are also going to have coalition building, organizing strategies, political education filtered throughout the days. And we have some dope events. So Cracking Up the System is going to be a panel of hilariously conscious comedians, as well as veteran organizers who will discuss methods of resistance, calls to action, and the intersections of entertainment and empowerment. I will be posting who those people are on my Instagram. You also can join a live taping of this show right here, Views from AmandaLand. And if you are a part of the actual summit, you will be able to also join our Art as Resistance screen printing class, and we have other stuff happening as well. So if you have not registered, it has closed. The registration has closed, but you can still donate at amandaseals.com to the effort of creating the AmandaLand Summit. And you can also join us live stream and in person for our two events, Cracking Up the System and the live taping of Views from AmandaLand. So hopefully you will join us there. Also want to remind you that you will be able to come out to the free show for What Would the Ancestors Say that is going to be taking place again at the People's Forum. That's going down on the 6th. Yes, the 6th of September. Whoo! Oh my God, I'm just talking so much. I'm not saying nothing for the rest of the day. I'm not saying nothing for the rest of the day. Anyways, you can check out my show, What Would the Ancestors Say, going down on Saturday. Oh my God, please stop being difficult. Going down Saturday, September 8th. This thing is giving me difficulties. Give me 1 second. So what would the ancestors say is going down, but it's going to be a special show. And what's going to make this show special is that I have been in the process of putting What Would the Ancestors Say onto the page. What would the ancestors say? So what makes this show special is that I've been in the process of putting What Would the Ancestors Say down on the page. Now, for the last year, I've been performing this one-woman show just off the top of my head. Yeah, I have bullet points, but ultimately it's just from memory. But I realized I need to put this on the page because it needs to live. It needs to exist. It needs to be able to be a resource for you all. It needs to be something that you can come back to in your own time, in your own spaces. And in the process of doing this, I have discovered so much with the characters, with the information, with the writing in general. And I feel like I have elevated the show in such a distinct way. And I'm so excited to be able to share in an exclusive read through with you guys on September 8th at 6 p.m. the show as it is written. So this is going to be intimate. It's going to be dope. It's going to be honestly special because you're getting to be a part of this process. And then in November, I'm going to release the actual script. I'm going to self-publish the script of What Would the Ancestors Say, the 2025 edition. So I hope that you guys will be there to support this. Now, if you want to reserve a seat to make sure that you got a seat, you can go to the People's Forum, go to peoplesforum.org and donate $10 to the People's Forum and the work that they do. Or if you want to just take a gamble, make sure to be there when the doors open at 5 p.m. on Saturday, September 8th. I will also have merch available for sale. And hopefully I will have volunteers that this time understand that we are selling merch and thus it needs to be put on the table. That was me being snide, but I've earned my right. All right, y'all. I hope everybody enjoys the rest of your day. We're about to head on over to Patreon for the after show kickback. And have I been saying September 8th the whole time? It's September 6th. Yeah. It's September 6th. The show is September 6th at the People's Forum. So make sure you come out to see What Would the Ancestors Say? September 6th at the People's Forum for a special exclusive read through. Yes, your girl is putting it on the page so that it is memorialized forever. All right, y'all. I'm delirious and it's time to get out of here. I look forward to seeing you all next week here at Views from AmandaLand. 30 seconds of stillness. Amanda.